Aguilar, Allen, Apia, Baruco, Bennett, Bonaventura, Borelli, Castellano, Chacron, Curtis, Dennis, Durir, Gothru, the Senator, Gibbs, Goebel, Heidegger, Hoxa, Jane, Javidi, Javasetti, Carl, Kleisen, Kukanda, Kowalski, Kundu, Lanza, Lavoy, McMillan, Michael, Murray, Nazaro, Nenadal, O'Connor, Von Olson, Olje, Perry, Rajaraman, Rogalski, Schroeder, Sarek, Sosnowski, Takar, Tumu, Villanueva, Villar, Rutina, Bird, Valverde, Johnny, Dinklu, Electricon, Gopal, Hinton, Johnson, Conrad, Crooks, Mirza, Sadani, Stern, Gotheru, the Justice, Hack, Hernandez Jimenez, Zabrowski, Ratsumor, Baxter,
Present.
Dodson.
Here.
Dodson, did you get a doctor?
Sure did, George.
Nice. Mukbot. Okay. Is there anybody's name who I did not call? All right, we'll now move into public comment. First up for public comment, Bob Hannon. You have 5 minutes once you reach the podium.
Hello, thank you for having me today. My name is Bob Hannon, and I'm the president of the UConn Free Press. For those of you who are unfamiliar, the Free Press is an organization that assembles submissions from the campus community, formats them into a magazine, and distributes them back to the campus free of charge. Unfortunately, the Free Press was denied funding for our second and third issues of this semester on the basis of being considered a giveaway, which, under current USG funding policy, cannot be funded. Although I believe this classification to be ludicrous, USG Senator Martin Villanueva and I have decided to propose an amendment to the funding policy which would protect the Free Press, as well as any other printed publication that contributes to campus culture and history. At our university, the arts have been continuously marginalized in favor of more lucrative fields of study. So the existence of a platform for creative expression is more important than ever. University of Connecticut students deserve the opportunity to express themselves creatively and to pursue excellence in their fields, be that art, writing, poetry, etc., etc. Additionally, the Free Press is an important part of the University of Connecticut's proud history. But don't take my word for that. I have a statement here from Graham Stinnett, an archivist with the Dodd Center, which I will read verbatim. Dear Student Governance, this letter is written in support of the continuation of funding for the UConn Free Presses Club magazine. My apologies for not being present for this meeting, but as the archivist of the Alternative Press Collection at the Archives and Special Collections, Thomas J. Dodd Research Center, University of Connecticut Library, I want to stress the historical value of the UConn Free Press magazine, not only for the student body as a club production, but also as a valued publication in an academic research library collection. I have worked closely with this student group over the past 3 years to assist in their creative output of one of the longest running alternative press titles in the country, produced at a land-grant university. The UConn Free Press newspaper began in 1969 during the turbulent anti-Vietnam War student mobilizations on campus against the ROTC and campus recruitment for weapons manufacturers in the state. The Free Press serves often as the historical counterbalance to the mainstream establishment reporting of the Hartford Courant and the general campus reporting of the Daily Campus during this often studied period of American history. The student contributions to this newspaper throughout the 60s and 70s represent an alternative snapshot of the student body from a time which has been consulted by researchers, academics, and professors for publishing, teaching, and exhibition. Into the 80s, 90s, and 2000s, the Free Press has continued its active production of alternative reporting, artistic expression, and critique of the mainstream press. This magazine exists in a much longer timeline for future classes of students and researchers who will study the cultural output of the UConn student community. As one of the largest research collections of original alternative press newspapers in the country, the University of Connecticut has a unique position of primary source access to free expression and publication. For the University of Connecticut student governing body to limit the production of its own campus alternative press would be a short-sighted approach. In an increasingly polarized time of mainstream news, the alternative production of critical reporting and expression will be an ever-necessary outlet for students to engage with their community, as well as leaving its mark on the historical record for future generations. So, I ask USG to make a decision on this matter. Will you be the student government that is so entrenched in bureaucracy as to dismantle an important part of campus culture and history? Or will you see what I see in this organization and those who contribute to it? See the human element. See the passion in the eyes of every aspiring artist, poet, and writer who wants only to share their talent and hard work with the world. Look them in the eyes and understand that this is a project worth funding. Again, this amendment will cover our organization as well as any other group who wishes to contribute to campus culture and history through a printed publication. Thank you, and I trust you will make the right decision.
George?
Yes.
Point of order, just for public comment, do we have people close their laptops unless it's absolutely necessary, please?
There is a point of order for senators to close their laptops. Is there any objection?
Duration of public comment.
All right. Ms. Simpson, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. And thank you so much for having me today. My name is Morgan Simpson, and I'm a member of the UConn women's rugby team. I'm actually our vice president. And I'm here today to talk to you about one of the measures you'll be voting on later, and it's a decrease in allocation of funding to the club sports. I'm sure you all understand the money that's at stake here. I know you have a lot to cut from the budget, and I understand that has to come from somewhere. What I'm arguing today is that the money, while it might seem that it can come from our organizations, really is used and cannot be cut from these areas. Currently, I'm sure the allocation is clear to you. We get $12,000 up to that amount for our teams for spending at our discretion. We receive up to 75% of our travel expenses through these measures. Now, I'm much better with numbers than I am with words, so I'm going to try to put it to you in a way that makes sense based on these figures. So we received $12,000 from you. It's really appreciated, and we put it to good use. Our team is fairly successful here, and our major season is in the fall. We compete at many different tournaments and have twice in a row progressed all the way to the national tournament. Now, this $12,000 is allocated at the beginning of the year, and it only lasts so far. So last semester, when we progressed to the national championship, instead of being able to travel like other teams, we had to drive through the night in our own cars on our own expenses. This means that we arrived to the tournament tired and without any money to give our team for the expenses that they had incurred. This season, we spent $16,500 before we even included things like refs, equipment, and changes to our field that had to be made for it to be regulation. This $16,000 was total incurrences. So $4,500 of that had to come from our own pockets. We had to continually ask our team members to give us money so we could continue to compete on a national stage. I know it might be hard for you to see from a budget listing all of the things that we get out of this sport, but there are thousands of athletes that compete in club sports here at UConn, and we're asking that you think about them when you make these decisions. I understand that the money has to come from somewhere, but when you're asking us to spend more of our dollars on top of all of our expenses already, it really is a strain on the students that compete in club sports. It makes it difficult for us to make this decision to compete. Additionally, there is a motion to decrease the amount we will receive for coaching expenses. Currently, it's allocated $4,000 for coaches. We have a great coach. We only have one coach. That means he gets all of this funding. But even $4,000 is only just enough for him to travel to campus for our practices. We aren't able to cover his expenses when we travel, except for a hotel room. So other than that, he is also spending all of this money out of his pocket. What I'm asking you today is that you think about this when you're making a decision as to where to make these cuts. And think about all of the thousands of lives that it will impact if we are able to keep this funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Simpson. The next person to be recognized for public comment is Ben Chalk. Mr. Chalk, you have 5 minutes.
Hello, my name is Ben Toth. I represent the UConn Ballroom Dance Team. Specifically, we have qualms with the new funding policy that you are going to be voting on later on tonight, more specifically the coaching budget. You say that you are going to be decreasing the budget from $4,000 to $3,000. Due to the complexity of our organization, most of our expenses do come out of this coaching, and less of our funding is required for anything but coaching. So with this cut, even at $4,000, we are still having to pay our coaches out of our own money, which means that we need to pull more funding through our own members rather than be able to have the support of our university to help us. Switching from $4,000 to $3,000 would severely limit us, and we would be unable to bring in our second coach. I know that having 2 coaches may seem like a luxury, but due to our organization, we have many different levels at which our competitors compete at. We need to be able to split our teaching force so that every level is able to get the instruction that they deserve. Even with our 2 coaches, we still have to pull from our upper level dancers already on our team to instruct our students. And although they are upper level dancers on our team, they only have a limited knowledge of the field of ballroom, and they can only help so much, whereas our coaches can help us so much more. I know that we may not necessarily be nationally ranked or anything like that. It's hard to really quantify how much our team actually does, but without our coaching, we will not even be able to do half as good as we are right now. This coaching does not even affect just us. I know it affects many other organizations, such as the rugby team. I know that without this funding, perhaps they won't get the coaching necessary to learn how to tackle properly. It can become a safety hazard, maybe not to our organization, but to many others. It's a very important issue, and I hope you keep this in mind.
Public comment, Mr. Bascom. You have 5 minutes.
Appreciate it. Hi. Give me 1 second. Hello, fellow USG Senators. For those that don't know me, my name is Shabazz Khan. You can call me Shabby, not too shabby. I was a former senator, freshman year for Towers Senator. What's up? Oh, well, it's 2. And hey, what's up? And as of yesterday, I was a former student services member for 4 years. So, yeah, appreciate it. Thank you. I'll be frank. I never thought I'd be back here in a million years, but I wanted to say a few words about the Speaker of the Senate position before I graduated this following May. Look, I didn't know there was a vote for the Speaker position was up for today, but I knew who was running. I knew who was going to consider running for it. I said this person via text, before I head out, I would like to see you as the next Speaker of the Senate. I know you deserve it. I've come across many people in USG over the past 4 years. We're talking Shiv Gandhi. Do you remember Shiv? Yeah, exactly. I'm that old. Kaylee Hines. Kevin Alvarez, who's actually here. So that's great. Now, before I head out, great people I've met. Eliza Conrad, where she is gone. I don't want to be teary-eyed. But who would have thought, the one person that blew me away before I graduated, I wish I got more time to spend with. That person, Dylan Dengo. Look, Dylan is always someone who's done so much on campus. He's treasurer of the Library Club, president of Hilltop Halls at RJ. Dylan is the reason why there will be complimentary tampons and pads across campus soon. Because remember, and I think no one really appreciates this, he was one that did numbers, calculations, for everything for tampon time. I would have not gotten through if it wasn't for Dylan. Believe me. Dylan is so committed to USG that he even wrote the current Constitution at every point. And whenever he's at USG services, I know that if I have a question about the USG Constitution, I know he has a copy of it, no matter what. I can always ask. And speaking of Dylan, do you have a copy of the Constitution with you? Look at that, unbelievable. The man is prepared, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a snap, please. The man is prepared. I knew. I would also like to add the following comment. I spoke to Dylan before this, and I can assure you, he will faithfully represent the collective interests of the Senate on exec, even if his views are in line with the Senate's. Personally, as I wrap up, Dylan is an ambitious individual, excited in person, but overall, someone who's always brave for that challenge, every single day. Dylan, like I said in that text message, I'd like to see you in a leadership role before I hit the dusty trail. To the Senate, if you need a vote of confidence, I want someone who continues to represent the best of what USG offers for this campus. Look no further. I recommend that you vote Dylan Envell as the next Speaker of the USG Senate. Thank you for your time, and God bless you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. John. The next person to be called for public comment is Michael Ford.
Good evening, everybody. For those that don't know me, and by taking a quick look around the room, I can tell that there are some that don't. My name is Michael Laporte, and I represented the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences as a former USG Senator until the start of this semester. I'm here tonight because I understand there's an election for the next Speaker of the Senate. Certainly during my time as a Senator, Speaker Wang did an outstanding job. He and I are buddies, and he advocated a lot for me in exec, and he will be missed. But today, we mark the start of a new year for this organization, and I want to help you all make the right decision in selecting your Speaker. The choice of Speaker is not an easy one. It requires dedication, it requires good listening skills, it requires a 10 out of 10 comprehension level of Robert's Rules of Order. It requires a person with the ability to put their own personal feelings aside and represent the opinions of the Senate as a whole, and regardless of whatever direction they may sway on any set of issues. I've taken a look at the list of candidates, and while most of them are incredibly qualified, I believe that my good friend, Senator Dylan Nenadol of Hilltop Dorms, is the best choice for this position. In the short time that I've known him, Senator Nenadol has proven himself to fill all these requirements. I heard that he presided over a debate for a couple of bills at last Senate and maintained proper neutral order, so that shows his commitment to good listening and champ quality parliamentary procedure. He can write effective policy as well, seeing as he wrote the constitutions for the UConn Avery Point Student Government and a Tier 2 organization here at Storrs. In Student Services Committee, he championed a bill that allocated more money to any USG initiative than anything else passed this year, and probably one of the most important, that being the tampon project. I'd like to go back to neutrality for a bit longer, however, because this is important. As someone who has to be in charge of a group of between 30 and 60 people, there's a very diverse pool of opinions on all sorts of things that's intermingling through business on the floor. It's the speaker's job to make sure that all opinions are heard, understood, acknowledged, and above all, respected. Senator Nenadol, in my view, takes this very seriously. He told me at the last meeting he initially was for the bill to cut funding for Greek organizations, but listened very carefully to others' opinions as they spoke. This caused him to propose an amendment to the bill which removed the proposal which would terminate the funding of Greek organizations that are maintained by OFSL, making it slightly less contentious. I think that this proves that he is open to other opinions, but above all the things that qualify Senator Nenadol, I believe that he is honest. Honesty is by and large the most important character trait that I search for in people. He speaks from the heart and his intentions are clear. His passion is motivated by the greater good of UConn's undergraduate students and even those that are not directly governed by USG, but are active participants in the Storrs community. If this body expects to make substantive progress on issues that affect everyone, an honest person is required in the role of speaker, and I think Senator Nenadol is just that. People, there is no one that should have this spot more than Senator Nenadol. He has represented Hilltop Dorms admirably and may go down as one of the best USG graduates of the decade. And on a side note, come on, who wouldn't want an Aaron Carter lookalike as USG's next speaker? I close here tonight by imploring all of you one last time to please consider Senator Dylan Nenadol as your next leader. You will see greatness like never before, that I can tell you. Many thanks to Speaker Wang, President Byrd, and all of you for allowing me to speak on behalf of my friend here tonight. Have fun tonight, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. The next person to be recognized is Pauline Minaret. Pauline?
I'm Pauline Minaret, and I'm here representing UConn Formula SAE. So, for those that don't know, we're a very unique club. We build and compete our own race car every year, brand new from scratch. And it's one of the only clubs of our kind that applies not only knowledge that you see every day in your classes, but also gives you hands-on experience that you see in the industry. I've never had a job interview where I haven't been asked about it. It gives you experience with like super complex software such as FEA or CFD software. You learn to machine and use a lathe, and like you have to like learn the dynamics of how a car moves or learn to tune an engine, which people are doing right now in our shop. And you know, every community right now is going to feel from the budget cuts, and we will a lot. We spend at least $30,000 a year of our own money just to build the car, not including all the outreach we do to sponsors, which we have about 20 to 30 of them. So we literally just buy nuts and bolts, hunks of aluminum, and from that we machine away what we need just for the car. So we're already running on the bare minimum. And everything we do with our club not only represents the school well, the School of Engineering well, we also make connections with the School of Engineering. So we have our anodizing sponsor who named Philson that we have connected with the ME department, and they use that for all their aluminum that they machine, and they get anodized by that sponsor. And we're literally helping develop technology. I don't know if any of you know what Mark Forge printing is, but it's like type of printing of metal that we're using for our intake brand new, and we're helping them develop their technology to do that. So we need this money, just like every other club does, but something that you want to keep in mind is how unique our club is and how large it is. We have at least 50 members, probably more, that come in and out and spend countless hours at the shop just to learn how to use this stuff. We don't have anyone to coach us. We don't have any teachers there to teach you how a car moves. We pour hours of our own time scouring the internet, reading textbooks, going through tutorials of software just to learn how to do it. So all we buy with your money is just the bare minimum. So there's been, obviously there's going to be a cap and there's going to be some sort of change in the budget. But when you decide how you're going to allocate that money, think carefully about where it's going. All of our money is from Category B, and we already struggle to fund that money as it is. One of the proposed amendments to that was to have 10% of it had to come from our own club, which is already extremely difficult for us. We have to pay $4,000 just to compete in this competition, which is worldwide. We compete against teams from Germany, where everyone on the team is hand-selected, and they take a year off just to compete, and we still get in the upper quarter in the competition, which is extremely difficult for those that don't know. So, one thing I'd like to urge you guys to do is push to have the fee increased for USG so that we can have more money, you guys can have more funding. I know it's something that's very difficult for you guys to do, but that's something I would absolutely love to see pushed. And I know all the other clubs, if you guys need support, people to show up to a meeting, we will be there. Because, $5 more per semester per student isn't a lot to most people, but it affects us a lot. The other thing is, think about how you're giving out that money. Maybe be a little bit more selective, which clubs have a very purposeful mission statement that represents our school well and really develops the students. Thank you. And think carefully about how you're going to cut the budget because it affects a lot of people. It has shaped my life. I don't know if I said, but I'm the future president of the team, and I wouldn't be where I am. I wouldn't be as passionate as I am about my major unless I was head of this club and the community to support me.
Thank you, Pauline. The next person to do it now, public comment, is Kevin Alvarez.
Good job, Joseph.
Hi, everybody.
You have 5 minutes.
Like Mr. Speaker. Hi, many of you don't know who I am. I had his job a little bit before he did, and I was actually not planning on coming tonight, but I had something else at UConn that's in about 15 minutes, so I'll make it as quick as possible. First, what I want to lead with is that, just a reminder to everybody in this room, that for the first time ever, all Tier 3 organizations are about to be led by women, and that is an important. Of this organization is going to be predominantly women, which are from those of whom I know are strong, capable, independent, brilliant people, and you should all show them as much support as you can. The other much more important reason that I just decided to speak on the fly was because apparently you're trying to cut funding policies, and for those of you who remember my time here, I'm generally pretty against that. Because for all of the kids that just came up here to speak, who are not like us, they're not weirdos who are used to doing stuff like this, where they speak in front of large groups of people and love the sound of their own voice. They come here because they care, because these are issues that are deeply important to their lives, and so often we talk about the nuts and bolts of this organization, and it happened while I was here, and it happens now more than ever, that we need to slash budgets because we can't figure out any other way other than cutting funding from student groups to actually get our finances in order. And that is simply, I think, beneath this organization to be looking first at cutting student groups who are allowing students from across this campus, no matter who you are, no matter where you come from, no matter what you love, to pursue that and to take part in something that is vital to their lives and to this university and what makes it so great. So, the only thing I have to say for new senders and returning senders, you should fight every single day to make sure every student gets as much funding as you can possibly provide. I understand being reasonable and responsible with your budget, but you better fight for every single one of them. And if you're like me, who believes deeply that every group should get as much funding as you can, do more than just clap politely when they're done speaking. You better stand up here and talk about it, because
So often we talk about people in this organization feeling comfortable. We should be inclusive and respectful and make people feel comfortable when they're coming into this organization. But in this room, you have no right to be comfortable. You were elected to have a voice, and you better use it every single day to fight for the students that show up here to talk about what they care about. So it is a pleasure seeing you all, and have a wonderful rest of the day.
Is Nicholas Worrell in this room?
Yeah.
You have 5 minutes.
So sorry for not having proper attire. I just came from practice, but I'm here to represent the men's rugby team. I'm the president. I'm also the president of the Church Student Association. I talked on Monday as well, but the majority of people weren't here. So just want to give a little background about myself and what I would like to talk about today. So I've co-founded two organizations, one of which was fellow USG members. And I work with community standards, and I have the relationship with leadership office. I've taken a course here every semester that I've been here. And so I love really the founding of new clubs and really the student involvement thing. And when I talk to students in community standards, you know, the majority of them that feel lost, that don't feel connected to the community, haven't really done a lot, haven't really involved themselves enough. And so really what I tell them to do is find something that interests them, find something that they want to either start or want to join, and find their passion. I think that's something that a lot of us really struggle with in college. And obviously this budget cut is going to impact all organizations, and that's really not the reason I'm here to talk about today. It's with regards to the Category B cuts, which is the alternative to the coaching cuts. I have my foot in two different areas with the Turkish Student Association and the UConn men's rugby team. And regardless of what happens, whatever's voted on, one of those organizations or both is going to be impacted. And I can truly say that if coaching cuts were to be made, my organization would be severely impacted. The commitment that the coaches make, the high quality coaches that come to help these UConn teams, could potentially severely be impacted by cutting coaching. Our women's team is Division I national champions a few years ago, and really that takes not only good UConn athletes that are committed to bettering the team, but also takes a lot of good coaching. And I mentioned this a couple days ago, that if there were to be coaching cuts, I'm worried that the quality of teaching these club sports athletes is severely be hindered. I want to make sure that we have good coaches that are able to, for my sport, properly teach tackling techniques, make sure we teach them how to do everything right so that no one is severely injured, because I don't want the fellow Huskies here to be hurt. And I want to make sure that not only I understand what Formula SC had been talking about, and I really do feel for them, because if it was Category B cuts, the Turkish Student Association would be impacted as well. We feel that hurt, we'll be able to get speakers, have meals, all that sort of stuff. But I can truly say that from my point of view, that cutting the coaching would not only impact the good coaches that coach these club sports teams, but also impact the potential welfare of the fellow UConn Huskies. So that's what I want to talk about today, and thank you for listening.
At this time, is there anyone else who would like to be recognized for public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll move into the next section of the agenda, which will be the approval of the minutes. The minutes from the 5th of April. Is there any objection to accepting these minutes as they are? Seeing none, we'll consider the minutes approved. We'll now move into old business. Item A, a bill regarding the funding policies of the undergraduate student government. The sponsoring.
While they look this up, I wanted to let everyone here know that we had a town hall about the policies on Monday, and in my opinion, it was extremely successful. We had a lot of club sports teams, yes, but a lot of other groups show up, and voice their opinions, and we did take it into consideration when we were amending the policies. And if you couldn't make it, there's a live stream, there's a video still up of the live stream on Facebook. So I really suggest, or I really hope that you all watch that, because the discussions that we were having were amazing. And one of the best things that I could ask for was just understanding from all the Tier 2 organizations, and that's something that we got. They were very understanding, and were able to see our perspective, which was really amazing.
Comptroller Johnny and President Berg, just to know you have 11 minutes and 20 seconds.
Okay, so I want to go through a couple things that we addressed at the town hall. I completely agree with everything Rich just said. I think my takeaway from the town hall was we all left that room disappointed, upset, including USG members, including Rich and I, including Tier 2 org leaders. But I think we all had a better understanding of where we were coming from. We had a better understanding of where groups were coming from. Groups, I think, had a better understanding of where we were coming from. So a couple things that I want to explain. Last Senate, there was someone mentioned that we project a deficit often, and this is kind of not a big deal. We project a deficit, once in a while, and nothing's ever happened. We never actually run a deficit. A quick comment on that, because I don't think Rich and I were very clear, or Comptroller Johnny and I were very clear. There's two different kinds of budgets we propose. One is our semesterly budget, and one is our SBAC budget. Our semesterly budget has two sources of revenue. Our fee revenue, which is about $750,000 a year, and our rollover revenue from the previous year. Any amount that we spend in our budget over $750,000 cuts into that surplus rollover, so we have less rolling over the next year. I think it was 2 semesters ago, we actually projected a $6,000 deficit in our semesterly budget. That means we projected that we were going to spend $6,000 more than our combined fees and combined rollover. That never happens, because when let's say external affairs projects that they're going to spend $10,000, they don't actually end up spending $10,000. They need to approve that money so that they don't have to come back to Senate. That's why we actually had a deficit in our semesterly budget. But when you look at our SBAC budget, because every semester we spend more than $750,000, just keep in mind, funding board's budget alone is more than $750,000. So every semester we spend more than $750,000, we have less rollover every year. And if you do the math quickly, eventually you're going to run out. So what our projection in the SBAC budget is if we continue on the same path, the same level of funding, that's holding everything steady, including the number of groups, which we know are going to come up, the number of requests, which we know are going up, and the amount of money requested, which we know is going up. Holding those constant, we end up in a $500,000 deficit in 2 years. That's why Comptroller Johnny and I have suggested cutting $250,000 for the next 2 fiscal years. And I kind of want to just go through our plan quickly about that. But first, just a quick note about where we have to cut. Our budget consists of 2 types of costs, fixed costs and variable costs. Our budget also consists of about 2/3 funding board and 1/3 non-funding board. Of the 1/3 non-funding board budget, more than half of those expenditures are fixed costs. That means it's really tough to squeeze money out of there unless you're firing people or things like that, cutting salaries. So that's tough. The other, less than 1/2 of that 1/3 of non-funding board budget is variable. And I'm going to show you where we can make some cuts. I have no say in this. This is just my suggestion. But that's why funding board has to be cut primarily, because it's 2/3 of our budget and almost all of our variable costs.
On that note, something else is the way we targeted places in the policies to make these cuts is we looked at what we actually spent in fiscal year 16 and what we actually spent as of December of last semester, and looked where we were spending the most money in terms of what line item, contractual, catering, those were the 2 big ones. So we went back to our policies and took a look at what we can restrict in our policies to be able to make those particular cuts in those expense areas.
Okay, so a couple things. The major change from last week's proposal was that we're actually going to motion to substitute last week's proposal with a new proposal that takes out the coach's cap. So coach's cap, for everyone who was against cutting that, will be remaining at $4,000. At least that's our proposal. We heard you all out. We think it unfairly targets club sports. So we are not, and other groups that are club sports but have coaches, like ballroom. So we're not suggesting we cut coaching. What we are suggesting now is that we cut category B, which includes equipment, supplies, and contractual from 100% to 90%. That's for two reasons. One, it doesn't just target club sports and groups with coaches. And second, it actually guarantees the savings. And it's a little more equitable because you're spreading that savings over more groups rather than just like the 30 or 40 groups that have coaches. Quickly here, everyone in this body asked me to get numbers for how much each cut would save for USG. And those numbers are up here. It's actually probably easier if I just go to the presentation. So the max cap impacts about 35 groups. This list is about 32 or 33. Saves about $60,000 a year, which is 24% of the deficit. The coaching cap, which is no longer a thing, but the alternative, which is the category B cut, which I just suggested, saves about 41%, which is about 15% of the deficit. Category C, everyone remembers we combined all of the category C, D, and E into category C. That's going from 75% to 65%, which, by the way, was the policy as of 2014. We changed it to lower our surplus, and now we're at the point where our surplus is 0 in 2 years based on these cuts. And so we have to go back down to the 65%, which I know a lot of people in this room don't remember that unless you're a senior, but that's what the policy used to be. And that saves $71,000 a year, and that's about 28.4% of the total deficit. The airfare cap is going from $350, we suggested $300. At the town hall, there wasn't too much debate because that only costs the student out of pocket about $37.50, and when you're flying all over Canada and the United States, it's not too much of a burden. That saves about $15,000, it's about 6% of the deficit. And then lastly, the state mileage reimbursement goes from $575 to $535. We have no control over that. Dan Malloy sets that rate. That saves about $1,200 a year, which is about 0.5% of our deficit. Also, I changed slightly the language in the policies to just say, basically, we're going to do it based on state laws, or state rates, so we don't have to keep changing the number every year. One other quick change to the policy was I changed capital goods that have a useful life of under a year to supplies, just because capital good kind of infers that it has a useful life of over a year. And those are the major changes, but pretty much everything is the same except we're not doing coaching cap, we're going to category B. I also want to go back to this budget because I am proposing also non-funding board cuts. We can't just cut funding board, we have to make sacrifices ourselves. I want to reiterate, I have no say in this whatsoever. This is Sia, Irma, and Lisette. It's up to them to choose this. But this is what I would at least suggest for next year. If we don't rehire Darren, if Darren is leaving, our special payroll bookkeeper, if we rehire his position at $15 an hour rather than $20 an hour, we save $8,700. If we don't rehire the positions of students who are leaving, the SOC workers and our one bookkeeper who are graduating, we save $16,000. That means the SOC is going to be staffed by one person at a time rather than 2 or 3. That means likely the SOC would close at 5 on Friday, which no one comes in after 5 on Friday anyway. So those are the fixed costs. That's as much as I can squeeze out of fixed costs. The rest of it are variable costs. No more committee dinners, saves us $6,300. No more fall banquets, saves us $6,000. Capping spring banquet at $7,000, saves us $3,000. And then the rest of it has to come from committees. Maybe that means we only buy shirts for Student Appreciation Day. Maybe that means we don't have Let Them Eat Cake. Things like that. That's all for you all and the next Senate to decide next semester. That's just my suggestion about where we can get the other about 25% of our deficit from. The last thing I want to say in my last minute is we have 2 options today. The first being cutting the funding as Rich and I have suggested and allowing groups to continue to get funded throughout the year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The other option is to leave the policies the same. And the implications of that is that when next year, which we project a $189,000 deficit for next fiscal year, when we run out of money, we stop funding. That means when Formula SAE comes to us and says, hey, we need these parts for our car, we can't compete, they get 0. They get 0. When Ballroom Dance Club wants to come and go travel somewhere because they got into a competition, they'll get denied automatically. Automatically. The only way we can guarantee that we can fund all groups all year is to cut funding. It's the only way to last the next 2 years. If we don't cut, we will run out of money. We aren't allowed to borrow money. So while Kevin stands up here and gives a great speech, and I agree with a lot of what he's saying, we need to fund groups as much as possible. This is the way we do it. That's what Comptroller Johnny and I are trying to do.
And it's about sustaining over the next, not just 2 years, but over the next five years. If you don't make these cuts now, then 2 or 3 years down the road, you're gonna have to cut you're gonna have to cut way more than we're suggesting. So you cut a little bit now and have it sustain over the next few years, or you wait and you have to cut a lot more in the future.
Thank you, Comptroller Johnny and President Burr. For both President Byrd and Comptroller Johnny to an additional 10 minutes to take questions. Senator Baruco.
I was agreeing with you.
Oh, okay. Are there any questions, Parliamentarian Goebel?
So if we increase the student fee, then we're looking at that
The student fee increase is done through SBAC. You submit a proposal to the Student Fee Advisory Committee when you propose your budget. And it then goes to a student referendum. But ultimately, it's the decision of the board. I suggest a board of trustees. Both of us suggested that you start that process next year. Both of us also feel like there's no way it's going to happen. Nutmeg Publishing has been trying to do so. Nutmeg Publishing are the people that make the yearbooks and send them to the seniors. They've been asking for a fee increase for the past 2 years. They went to student referendum. The majority of the student population agreed with the $3 or so increase that they were requesting, and the Board of Trustees still denied their request.
I think it's important, though, to suggest it next year. Every year you wait is, they're going to delay it 2 years anyway. So suggest it next year. Get Formula SAE in the room. I had a great conversation with them after the town hall that said they're going to get 50 people there to the Board of Trustees to line up out the door and make the Board of Trustees really say, students want this. So start it next year. It's probably not going to happen next year, but if you keep pushing every year, it's more likely to happen. But this plan right here gets us through 2 years, but suggests that we need a fee increase. I also think we have a really good case for a fee increase because we're funding more groups, twice as many groups with perhaps 3 times as much funding with the same amount of money. That's insane. So it's a good case. We have a good case. So make sure that next year you're fighting for that.
Senator Lanza.
When was the last time the fee was increased?
I don't know, and I don't think the bookkeepers who have been here since 2008 have had anything other than $45 a semester. And since then, we've gone from like 300 groups to 700 groups, and yeah, it's crazy.
I think we have the highest fee right now of all tuitions.
Senator Kowalski.
I'd like to know the numbers on the savings per year that originally resulted from cutting the coaches' salaries.
Yeah, so, I'm sorry. Yeah, so that was $39,000. So the category B 10% cut saves almost the same as much as the coaching. So that's why I said it's kind of taking that same amount of money and spreading it over more groups. Yeah, so that it hurts less. Also, then club sports, instead of being out $1,000, where I'm realizing now that I think most coaches would say, okay, well, I still want that $4,000, so the group's going to be out $1,000. They're now only out $400, which is better. But the cuts have to come from somewhere, and that $41,000, if we don't cut it there, has to be cut from the cap, has to be cut from the percentage at category C. Got to be cut somewhere. But we think this is probably the most equitable solution.
Von Olson.
I was wondering if you guys could speak to the student who spoke on behalf of the Free Press about the language in the legislation about giveaways and how that would be effective.
I think that's a separate piece of legislation
Yeah, I would say.
coming up after.
Senator Von Olson, that question is not germane to the current item. That is considered later in a later item.
But I'm happy to speak on it when it comes up. It's a separate piece of legislation, and I'm happy to speak on it when it comes up.
We both, yeah.
Are there any additional questions for Javidi?
I'm just wondering why a full-time staff member is having to zero on the call when we have
Can you come up here or speak on it?
just wondering why we added a full-time staff member in the fall when we have these serious financial problems.
We added the full-time staff position 2 years ago. We have to renew his contract every 6 months, and actually this previous year, we actually extended it for a year. He unfortunately got a better job offer somewhere else with benefits and everything like that. But you can talk to the set, you can talk to Rich, you can talk to me, you can talk to bookkeepers. We can't survive without that full-time, that extra fourth full-time. Actually, they're not full-time, they're 35 hours special payroll. But again, if we take that position and then lower it back down to the starting salary of 15, we save $8,000, which is a lot. But we need that full-time staff person to really survive that.
If you think about it, if more student groups are requesting funding, that means more paperwork has to be processed through our office. And at the time, we had maybe 3 people working on it, 2 people full-time, and whichever student workers were working, and that just wasn't enough. Student groups were not getting their POs in time, they weren't getting the response rate they asked for, so it was mutually beneficial.
You couldn't replace that job as student workers?
So the problem with replacing with student workers is that we need a contact in the office for students full-time beyond what we already have. So this person, Darren, currently deals with a lot of our interpersonal contact with our groups. They come and say, hey, can I talk to Darren? I've been working with him for 2 weeks. If you have student workers, which we do, we have, I think, 6 student bookkeepers right now. They share one email. It's not consistent. They only work so many hours. We need a full-time staff person. And also, if you hire student workers, they're paid at like $12 an hour, and it's not going to save that much more money. Plus, for the convenience of kind of expedited processing and having that contact for student, that like consistent contact for students, I think Rich and or Comptroller Brown, excuse me, and I think it's worth it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Johnson. Johnson Eels. Are there any other questions? The chair would like to ask a question, which is, where does COSGA fit into the non-funded board events that you're listed?
It would be in the committee events. Certainly, if you want to reduce, somewhere else, but that would be from committee events.
And is that currently included in that number?
That number doesn't target actual committees or actual events. It was simply what's left.
What we need to
get to
save,
250.
yeah, what we need to save minus all the other fixed cost, variable cost calculations that he did, the amount that was left over that we still needed to save, where we put that in committees.
Kundu.
So this is a very rough idea that I was just thinking of. I know you two worked really hard on this, and I can't think of a way to make this any better as of right now as it is and solve the problems that we have. However, what I was thinking was, let's say we project a certain amount that we are going to be spending over the next semester, 2 semesters. And let's say for the next semester we end up spending a little less than what we end up projecting, whatever projected for. Would it be feasible, or would it make sense for us to create a policy where, in the event that we have extra money left at the end of the semester, Senate can, on a case-by-case basis, akin to, let's say, a scholarship, give out that money to students who would really benefit from it. So in cases like Formula SAU, or some dancing team, or some team that entered into some competition and went to the finals. I mean, I know this is almost the same as legislative funding, but in this case, like, it might actually help. So
when you cut funding and you have groups depending on more than what we're giving them, you're rarely going to find, I think, that you have leftover. We never have leftover from our report. Okay. But if that's something you want to consider, that's up to the next Senate. I think that's certainly a really good idea. I just don't know the feasibility of actually having extra money.
And that's also,
but I think that was
something that was also brought up at the town hall, and this is something that I said at the town hall, and I'll say here, is that based on what I heard at the town hall, I'm more than willing to sit down with Sia and Irma and the set and talk about the possibility of having those leftover funds, like you said, and then putting that back into the allocation process and giving groups more. But that in itself would have to be a huge policy change. The other thing was that Dan and I weren't sure how many changes we could make that were actually feasible to carry out for the next 2 years. If we make too many changes and there's too much going on, that's more chaos for groups and us to be able to cope with.
All right, thank you.
Clayson.
Would it be possible if you have the Senate volunteer in the SSC to save them, if that's
It's certainly possible, and like I said, this, actually I don't know if it's possible. Not up to me. What I would say to you is that the non-funding board cuts, completely not up to Comptroller Johnny and I. That is completely up to next year's Senate. This was just a recommendation of what cuts might look like. Just so that, for the groups in the back and the groups in the front and people who are being cut, that I'm trying to show USG is willing to be cut too. And that's the only way we're going to balance our budget. We need fewer committee events. Maybe we don't go to COSGA. Maybe we don't buy all these extra things. Maybe we don't do committee dinners. And I urge every senator who will be here next year, do we need committee dinners? Is it necessary to our function? No. So ideas like yours need to be brought up at the next Senate, and I think those will resonate. And certainly, I can't think of every idea. She can't think of every idea, but everyone in this room can think of ideas about how to cut non-funding board, because it needs to happen. So that's a great idea.
Thank you. Are there any further questions?
I'm just curious about in the policies under eligibility and restrictions for COVID-6, when it's funding will not be provided for this health request. I'm just curious why under K, personal items and categories, apparel is not included.
Apparel is included.
Yeah, no, I'm wondering why apparel is included, not funded by
Apparel in terms of not costumes, not things that are integral to the success of the group. That was more so we can't fund T-shirts that you're going to then give away at a event that you're hosting.
We do fund apparel, T-shirts that have like staff on the back, American Red Cross staff. We'll fund that because groups aren't taking those home. They keep them with the group and they reuse them for every event. We won't buy,
personalized T-shirts.
Blood Drive, April 19, 2017, Bird. We won't fund stuff like that. Personal items, including apparel, won't be funded, but because we can't give shirts away, otherwise every group would want shirts for the group, and that's just crazy expensive.
Right.
So has there been any discussion on further cuts to Category C, since Category C events are events that are not open to the entire university and they're not goods that are going to consume. So it seems that if you're going to make a cut and still keep the most benefit to the university as a whole, that seems like a place that would be good. I know we're decreasing it to the historic rate, but how much money would be saved decreasing it below the historic rate like we're doing the other cuts?
We can do that math quickly, but that's the biggest cut we're making, so to cut it more just kind of sucks. But also, these groups that are competing nationally, that's Category C. When Ross goes to compete and they come in second place and do really well, they're representing UConn, that's Category C. When rugby goes and wins a national title, that's Category C. So to cut that more doesn't necessarily mean that we're better representing UConn, because it means students are paying more out of pocket to travel and represent UConn. So I don't necessarily agree with your analysis that a better idea in terms of representing UConn or affecting the most people because it restricts participation, because those are often the groups formula SA when they go to travel or do whatever. I don't know if they do that. But when groups are representing UConn in other states, I think that's really valuable. So to cut more than 71 grand hurts students a lot.
Yeah, airfare is also in that category, which we cut separately.
Which we already cut too. Yeah.
Thank you. It's just
No, thank you for that. Thank you.
Are there any additional questions? Seeing none.
Thank you, Speaker Wayne.
President Berger, Comptroller Johnny. We'll now move into general discussion on this item. Is there anyone who would like to discuss this item? PR Director Sadani. Yes.
Are we discussing the original legislation, the substitution?
Yes. My apologies. Before we moved into discussion, I should have asked for a motion. If there's no objection, I'll retroactively ask for a motion. I should go to Illinois second to now.
Speaker Wayne, point of personal privilege, can you pull up the substituted policies?
Yes.
Is there a way to dim the lights to make it a little bit more readable because of that?
So point of information is this motion to substitute
So currently there is a motion to consider the original bill. There has not yet been a motion to substitute.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Is there anyone who would like to now make the motion to substitute? I think Tumu and then Bonaventura for.
Just a point of information, the substitute considered policies for the issues.
Correct. Just to clarify, what we are currently discussing, what is currently on the floor, is what was basically brought back from last week. Since then, since the town hall, President Bird and Comptroller Johnny have made changes to their proposal, and now there is a motion on the floor made by Tumu and seconded by Bonaventura to substitute in the revised proposal in place of the one from last week. Are there any questions? Okay, so there is now a motion to substitute. Is there any discussion on the motion to substitute?
Point of information, is the change from the coaching cut to the category B cut the only change in the substitution?
No, Speaker Wayne, can I list all 4 changes, please?
Yes, you may.
Just give me 1 second. Okay, so the 4 changes are mileage reimbursement is now just based on the state rate. We don't have to mess with changing it every year. That's 1. No more coaching cap reduction, so that's back at 4,000. Category B is now cut to 90%, and capital goods now, in terms of what can and cannot be reimbursed, is now called supplies. Like I said, capital goods kind of infers that it has a useful life of longer.
Thank you.
That now reads supplies.
Is there any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, we'll move into a vote to substitute. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. All those opposed will say nay. Abstentions? There's an abstention from the chair. The ayes have it, the motion carries. We'll now consider the substituted motion, which is as presented in this document. Is there any discussion on the substituted motion? Kowalski.
I would like to make a motion to that.
Kowalski, what is your motion to, wait, give me 1 second.
It's a bit long, that's right. It's for section 4.4 of the funding policies regarding the access to allocation.
There is a motion to amend section 4, subsection 4, to read, to add to section 4, subsection 4, however, tier 2 organizations can apply for and receive up to an additional $2,000 each semester if they can clearly demonstrate to the funding board that these funds are necessary for the adequate completion of the primary function of the organization contingent on available funds. Senator Gibbs, is that a second? Senator Gibbs, that is an implicit second. You will now begin discussion. Technically, yes. Senator Gibbs, you have the implicit second, and Senator Kowalski, you have 10 minutes.
All right, thank you, Speaker Wang. So I think it is no secret that these funding cuts are hitting hardest the groups that spend the most per semester, those spending $10,000 to $12,000. While certainly the President and the Comptroller have done good work in spreading around where those cuts are going, the clubs at the top are still being hit the hardest. Formula SAE being one of them, and most of those members being members of my constituency in engineering. Especially now with the proposed cuts to Tier B funding, it's Tier B, but they are now losing almost $6,000 a year out of their funding when they need 30,000 plus to even, put a race car together. And I think it's, everyone has to make sacrifices, but to me this seems a bit outrageous. So here's my rationale behind the proposal you have in front of you right now. It is my belief that many of the groups that are at the top of the funding levels absolutely need this funding to function properly. A lot of these groups are using all of their funding. None of it is going to waste. And many of the groups, in my opinion, are very non-trivial and contribute, are basically invaluable groups on the campus. And so, I think that at the very least, we owe it to these groups to allow them some chance for them to win back the funding we have cut. So the language I use is if they can demonstrate that they need this funding to adequately complete their primary function, they can apply for more funding. I would like to point out that this does not add to the deficit because it does not guarantee that they will get any funding even if they can demonstrate that they do need it. So this technically would not raise the deficit or anything. But it at least provides an outlet if, as I believe Deputy Speaker Kundu suggested earlier, that there is leftover funding for whatever reason, that'd be great, that there is a contingency for groups to apply for and maybe receive some of this funding that we have taken from them. Now, I'm not saying that every group that applies for is going to get $2,000 back, but if, maybe fall semester we don't have any leftover money and no one gets anything, but then spring semester we have, leftover funds and, 10 organizations are each able to get $1,000. I think, as Kevin Alvarez pointed out earlier, we need to fight for all the funding we can for these groups. Thank you. And yeah, that's basically it. So I would highly encourage you to consider what I put forward. I truly do believe it could do some good for groups, and at least we're giving students the opportunity to advocate on their own behalf, which is, I think, what we owe them. So thank you.
The next person to be recognized is Senator Gibbs. Senator Gibbs, you have 10 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Last time I was up here debating funding policies, I was actually on the other side of the argument, and Dan and I were not friends that day. But since we've had a lot of discussion about it, and I attended the town hall on Monday, and I appreciate all the students who came to give their opinion then. We had a really productive discussion, and I think that was the right about to go about making these cuts, was with input from the students that it'll be directly affecting. And I think the changes we made from the policies of the last time we were debating this are based off of those discussions. That being said, I do not support this amendment. I know that it'll affect a wide range of organizations, this cut, but these cuts do need to be made, as has been explicitly and very well explained to us by Comptroller Johnny and President Bird, who work with these numbers every single day. We have the luxury of coming here and having everything explained to us so nicely and hearing all of these nice stories of where this money is going and feeling good about ourselves when we give money to organizations. But senators a year or two from now are going to be sitting in our same seats, and if we don't make these cuts now, they're only going to be in more difficult positions. And for those of you who aren't leaving, as I am, that'll be you. So you have a decision to make a small cut now to become more sustainable in the future, or deal with this later. Specific to this amendment, I would like to, I guess I could phrase this as a question to Senator Kowalski. How would you imagine, what would constitute, what is it? What would justify giving this cut to all organizations? Or how would you choose which organizations get this extra $2,000 and which organizations you wouldn't? Because what I heard when I was at that town hall on Monday is that every single one of those 35 organizations that would be affected by this cut has an argument for why it's necessary. But I too am an engineer, and FSAE, I'm sorry that I'm not supporting this, as I am an engineer, and actually I'm really close friends with two of the past presidents of FSAE. But when those friends of mine were presidents of FSAE, they did not have this level of funding. Because just a few years ago, we had a much bigger surplus, and that's why we raised the cap. That's why we increased the percentages. Now we don't have that luxury anymore. But what I do know is that the teams did a great job back then with the funding levels as they're now proposed to go back down to. And I have confidence that they'll continue to find a way, even if it means that they have to get more sponsors or do more fundraisers, which no one likes to hear. But I was a president of a Tier 2 organization and didn't actually even know about funding. It was our first year. And we went out and we did Ignite. We did Krispy Kreme fundraisers. We had dues. And we were able to provide services to our organization members. So I urge my fellow senators to think of a sustainable future, for once not environmentally, but also economically. So I urge you to vote nay on this amendment.
Thank you, Senator Gibbs. The next person to be recognized for public comment is Senator Kunju. Sorry, not public comment, discussion.
Because the author of the amendment was asking questions and he had a response.
I was under the assumption that it was a rhetorical and that there was no yield.
Well, I'll yield. Yeah, so I'm here to actually bring up a very similar point to Senator Gibbs. So Senator Kowalski, I really commend you on the spirit of the amendment, because this is similar to what I was thinking, but the thing is, if we were to actually implement this, I don't know how feasible it would be, and before we can actually do that, there might be a lot more things we might need to do. And so what I was actually going to ask you, and I would yield my time to you, how would you see a funding board making decisions when they get an application from FSAE saying they need up to $12,000 to go do whatever they want, versus another club sports team and they demonstrate they demonstrate the same amount of need, and then another dance team that demonstrates the exact same need? Like how would you see a funding board making a decision where they would have to choose one over the other? Do you have any ideas?
Yeah. There's a yield to Senator Kowalski. Comptroller Jonas, there are mentors.
All right. So that, of course, would be the difficulty with this legislation. I left it a bit open in part because what I envisioned was that the funding board, in the future, could set their own requirements. They could drop their own guidelines. Obviously, we don't have time as of now to, develop a, long list of, criteria that clubs would have to meet to qualify for adequate completion of their primary function. But just my general idea of it would be something along the lines of, if a organization is saying, hey, we're top 5 in the world in something, and if you cut this $2,000, we're going to slip to around top 10. We're not going to be quite at that level, but still at a high level of competitiveness in our area. That would not be adequate completion. Adequate completion, in my opinion, would be along the lines of, if we don't get this money, let's say in terms of Formula SAE, we're not going to be able to, build our race car. That's the more extreme case. But, it's along the lines of,
we're going to be nowhere near the level of competition that we should be at. So yeah, I agree that it's open right now, but I have confidence that the funding board would be able to develop rigid criteria in the future to properly judge these organizations, and that at the very least we're developing a sort of framework for something that can be elaborated on.
Thank you. So again, I would just like to commend your effort, because I mean, again, there are not too many solutions, if any solutions, to the problem that we have now that we can solve at the moment. And when you're at a university like UConn, there are multiple clubs which can justify getting that extra amount, because we have all these brilliant clubs, some of whom are here today to speak out for their needs. And when we assign funding board with a task like that, I feel that it will almost be impossible to figure out a fair way to give money to one club and not giving it to another. So while we need to come up with a solution for this, and this might be a way forward, I believe that if we were to put something in legislation, it would have to be very well defined so as not to work in favor of some groups and not in favor of others. And so, I mean, I don't know if this might be the right way forward, but again, I commend your efforts, so thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kundu. Senator Schroeder.
Point of personal privilege, Mr. Speaker, may I suggest we limit debate time to less than whatever you're doing.
At current time, the chair will not limit debate time, considering that this is a very important issue that will affect students.
Thank you for considering.
Senator Schroeder, you have 10 minutes.
I just want to say, Senator Kowalski, I really like the amendment that you proposed, but again, with everyone else who has come up, and Senator Gibbs, Senator Kundu, like, it's not really easy for them to say this one's going to work, or the funding policy we have is going to work for these clubs, because they provide the necessary requirements to say we need the extra funding. The case that I think is a little more important is, what if a club in the beginning of the year says we need the extra $2,000, and the funding board gives out the last $1,000 that they have for this club because we only have $1,000 extra, and then another club comes up sometime later saying, hey, we're not going to actually be able to finish whatever we're doing. Say it's Formula SAE comes around at the end of the semester saying, hey, we need an extra $1,000, we need an extra $500 to finish our race car, otherwise we can't compete. Like, we're already spending $30,000 of our own money, plus the extra $60,000 or whatever they're getting from their sponsors. Sometimes it's the timing that is more important than just how much we're giving out. And so I really want to say yes to this, but I think that it would be better to be worded differently. I can't say exactly how it would be worded, but maybe put the funding in for the next semester. Say, if we have $1,000 extra on a case-by-case basis next semester, we will look at how the different clubs are utilizing their funding and decide based on that. As it stands now, I like it, but I can't vote yes for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Schroeder. Comptroller Johnny.
So the way funding board works is that they have to abide by the policies that Senate passes. They have very little discretion to be able to make decisions on their own. Their decisions should be solely based on the policies that you, as a Senate, are going to pass, right? So say, for example, every single group of that 35 groups that were up there gives a very good justification as to why they need the money. And I'm sure that the reason that they're up on that list is because they do need the money. If all 35 give proper reasoning, funding board is obligated by these policies to fund those 35 groups up to 12,000. Then you don't end up saving money. And say planning board says no, your justification is not good enough, they have all right to appeal. And then you go to an appeal and they show the appeals board that their justification fits the mission statement of their group, and thus they need that extra $2,000. Hypothetically, all 35 groups could do something like that because I'm sure all 35 groups could justify needing the money, and then you don't end up saving that $60,000.
Thank you, Comptroller Johnny. President Byrd, you have 10 minutes.
All right, quickly, two things. From experience, we don't know how much money we have left over sometimes until the last day of school, so groups aren't going to be applying for the additional funds when they don't know how much we have or if it's available. How do we communicate that? The second point, quickly, is that funding board can't create their own policies, so when you don't outline it specifically for them how they can do it, they can't. So I would urge you to vote no, and think about this next semester. Really think it through over the summer. Think about how to outline step by step how this would happen, rather than quickly making a motion that doesn't actually give guidelines to funding board and how to actually implement the policy. Well, I think that a policy is a good idea. That's what I said to Deputy Speaker Kundu. I think it's a good idea. It just needs to be thought out a little bit more. So I would suggest proposing something similar next semester.
Thank you, President Byrd. Senator LaVoy. You have 10 minutes.
I just had the words taken out of my mouth, so I'm going to call the previous question for the reason that this is not a concrete thing to pass and hand off to funding.
There is a motion to call the previous question. The second goes to Rogalski. There is no debate or discussion on this motion. This motion requires a 2/3 vote threshold to pass. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. All those opposed will say no. Aye. Any abstentions? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion carries. All right. The previous question is called. We will now move directly into a vote on the motion. All those in favor will say.
Point of personal privilege made. We clarify that new senators being sworn in later tonight do not have a right to vote. Please.
Are there any senators who have not yet been sworn in who are voting?
I just want to make. I don't know because it's pretty close.
Okay.
Just to clarify.
Thank you, President Byrd. We will now move into the vote on the amendment. The question is the motion to amend Section 4, Subsection 4, to add the following, to add this section in green. Is there any question? Senator Schroeder?
So we're deciding whether this should be added the new funding policy.
Correct. We'll add it to the legislation, which will then be voted on as a whole.
So if you vote yes, you're voting for
adding this to the legislation to be voted on later. Is that clear? All right. Are there any further questions? Seeing none, all those in favor on the motion to amend Section 4, Subsection 4 will say aye. 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 All those opposed will say nay. Nay. Any abstentions? 2 abstentions. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it and the motion falls. Is there anyone who would like to call the division? Okay. So, we will now move into discussion on the original motion. PR Director Sadani.
Hi guys.
PR Director Sadani. The chair apologizes for that slip.
Hey everyone, for those who don't know me, I'm Sia. I'm the comptroller for next year. I just want to touch upon the funding policies. I just first want to thank Comptroller Johnny and President Byrd for all the work that they did. Like, they put a lot of time into this. I have met with them. I have gone over each and every one of these policies. And 2 of my organizations are part of the 35 organizations that will be cut the most. Same with Comptroller Johnny. She's part of dancing. This will have implications. We understand this. And I promise you that over the summer, I am willing to hear all of your ideas. same with Vice President Valverde, same with Planning Board Chair Johnson. Like, we are willing to hear you out and listen to you. But this is urgent. Like, after we pass these funding policies, after we talk about these, we will be going over the internal policies. We will be seeing where cuts can be made. But tonight, these policies need to be passed. So please, 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 please pass these. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Peter, Mr. Donnie. Senator Baruco, you have 10 minutes.
Hello. Can we scroll down to section 5.3.2? Because I just had a question about that. Okay, excellent. It says will have the authority. I'm looking at the yes, that one. And if we look at the end of it, it says approved category D requests. Cross out F. Approved category D requests shall be allocated funds from the protected account. We all see that as
Senator Baruco, just to clarify,
yeah.
You're talking about subsection 3, correct?
Yes, I believe so, yeah. That starts with the funding board chair will have the authority. Yes, I'm looking at the last sentence that says approved category D requests shall be allocated funds from the protected account. We all see this. Can we actually scroll up to now 3.9B? 3.9B. Because it says, in place of 10, it says the protected account, which was mentioned in 5.3.2, will be only used to fund category F. And the other one said category D will be used for the protected account. So I'm just curious on the...
I forgot to change F to D, and I'm very sorry.
If there's
No, on this one.
Oh, okay.
I was saying category D, and I apologize.
Okay, I would like to motion then to change that section to protected account. Yep, no problem. To fund category D.
In order to entertain this motion, I will need a motion to suspend the rules so that we can consider an amendment that is not germane to the legislation itself. I think Senator Bonaventura had his placard up first, and then second goes to Alan. We will now move into a vote to suspend the rules. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, we'll move into a vote. All those in favor, my apologies, let me just clarify. This vote requires a 2/3 vote threshold to suspend the rules. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Abstentions, there are 2 abstentions. The ayes have it and the motion carries. We can now entertain the motion to amend this. Senator Baruco, if you could repeat your motion to amend.
I would like a motion to amend section 3.9B to say that the protected account may only be used to fund category D requests.
Is there a second to this motion? Second to Gibbs. Is there any discussion on this motion? Seeing no discussion, we'll move into a vote. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. All those opposed will say no. Any abstentions? There is 2 abstentions. The ayes have it and the motion carries. Is there any further discussion on the original motion, which is the funding policies as a whole? Senator Murray.
So I'm going to talk to all of you, not them, but so I just want to give my little piece on this legislation. And I'm going to say that, like a lot of people in this room from the feeling I'm getting, I really don't like this legislation at all, but I do feel that it's necessary. And since that is the circumstances, I want to stress to all of you, as well as to all of the students here, that this is not a finished deal. Basically, the changes that we make tonight are not the final changes we're making to funding policies. I know that myself and other students in this room are willing to look for any possible way that we can make this process more fair. than we are doing tonight. Because right now we're taking from the top groups more than others. We're taking from certain categories at different rates, and we haven't had a ton of time to put this together under the circumstances we're at the end of the semester, but we're going to work over the summer and throughout the next year under Future Comptroller Sadani and the Valverde administration to really try and amend the funding policies further so that they are more fair, they're more discerning, and we're really getting all of the possible money out to the students. So I just want everyone here to know that we're not done tonight. We're going to be campaigning against the Board of Trustees to really get that fee increase. That's the most important thing. I know that next year's student trustee is in the room, and I'm sure that she supports this as much as all of us, and she's going to be fighting her hardest, just like all of us are going to be, so that we can really get all of the proper funding to these groups, because at the end of the night, that's what's most important. So I don't like this, but we're going to have to pass it tonight, and then we're going to have to work to make it better all next year.
I'd like to be recognized for discussion. Vice President Valverde.
Alright, so kind of going off of that point, Senator Murray had really great points, but I just want to let you all know that this is something that moving forward, I am looking forward to. I am looking into asking for a fee increase. I've already talked to Christine Sabino, our student rep, who was at the town hall, and I've talked to many people who really are passionate about doing so. And like Dan said, we may fail next year, but at least it's worth a shot, so it's on their radar, and then if in 2 or 3 years it ends up paying off, then it was well worth the fight. So just know that next year we'll be doing that, and like there's a lot of things that we do still need to improve, but for now this needs to be passed, or next year we're going to be looking at cutting groups even more, and I don't want to be in that position next year. So let's do it now, and let's be proactive.
I'd like a motion for the previous question.
There is a motion for the previous question. The second goes to Rogalski. There is no debate or discussion on this motion, and this motion requires a 2/3 vote threshold to pass. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. All those opposed will say no. Any abstentions? There's an abstention from the chair, and depending on the chair, the ayes have it, the motion carries. We will now move into a vote on the motion itself. The motion is to adopt this piece of legislation, which is a bill regarding the funding policies of the undergraduate student government. Are there any questions?
I have a quick question. That word is spelled really bizarrely.
If there is no objection, the speaker will run spell check on this bill. Is there no objection? Very well. Never mind. If there's no objection, the speaker will respell this himself. Okay. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, we will move into a vote on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Abstentions. There's an abstention from the chair and another one from Kowalski. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the motion carries. We will now move into the next item of the agenda, which is item A of new business, a joint resolution regarding USG funding of print publications. If there is no objection, actually no. The chair will now entertain a motion to substitute, in place of this original piece of legislation, an updated one submitted by Senator Villanueva, which is a bill as opposed to a joint resolution. Is there anyone who would like to make that motion? I'll give it to O'Connor and then second to Kleisen.
Point of personal privilege, should you please explain the rationale?
Okay, there is a point of personal privilege. Should be more of a point of information.
Point of information.
All right. Thank you, President Byrd. The reasoning is that originally there were questions about the effectiveness of the legislation in its original form. Senator Villanueva has submitted to Senate leadership an updated version. The updated version, instead of making a statement that we will interpret the giveaway clause a certain way now changes the wording of the giveaway clause itself within the funding policies. Are there any questions? Okay, great. The motion is now on the floor to substitute. Is there any discussion? Is that discussion? 20%. So this is the original, and
That's a new one.
okay, this is the original. Correct me if I'm wrong, Senator Villanueva. The only difference is the last line, which is the therefore be resolved.
And it was condensed a bit more. So.
I condensed it a little bit more. So you can read it in its entirety. All right, and this is the substituted version. No, that's just that's not the actual title. All right, is there anyone who needs more time to review this? All right, seeing none, we'll move into discussion on the motion to substitute. Senator Villanueva, would you like to speak?
No, I was just going to
Okay, so Senator Villanueva has the floor for 10 minutes.
Oh, no. I took my time. I'm just going to, once this all passes, go
After the motion to substitute.
Exactly.
All right, thank you. Is there any discussion on the motion to substitute? Seeing none, we'll move into a vote. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. All those opposed will say nay. Abstentions? Two abstentions. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the motion carries. It is substituted. All right, we are now moving back into discussion on the original item. Senator Villanueva, you have the floor for 10 minutes.
Everybody. So this is a bill regarding USG funding of print publications. Whereas the University of Connecticut's mission statement states, through freedom of academic inquiry and expression, we create and disseminate knowledge by means of scholarly and creative achievements. Funding Board and Student Organization funding policies state that under Clause 4.7.k, funding will not be provided for any of the following requests without exceptions: personal items and giveaways, including apparel. Whereas print publications are considered giveaways under this current clause, whereas the existence of print publications contributes to the vibrant campus culture at the University of Connecticut and has contributed to the robust history of the University of Connecticut. Whereas the existence of print publication has allowed the University of Connecticut student body to exercise their freedom of speech and expression by providing a traditional and alternative perspective on current and campus issues. Whereas the existence of print publication provides University of Connecticut students with an outlet for creative expression by extending the opportunity for University of Connecticut students to pursue excellence in the fields of writing, journalism, art, poetry, and all other printable forms of expression. Therefore, it be resolved that a new clause be added which states print publications will not constitute a giveaway if the organization's mission is primarily dependent on such a giveaway.
Would you like to yield to questions? Are there any questions on this item, President Bird?
I don't know the exact policy number where the giveaway part is. I don't memorize it. Is this going to be in addition to that line or like a sub?
A sub.
Can we clarify that in the language just so that we know that a new clause is being added rather than, it just doesn't say where this should be added.
Okay.
Are you opposed to that?
No, not opposed to that. That's all right.
All right. Is there any objection to, what is the specific wording of
No, I'm just suggesting that we say, what's the giveaway policy? Does anyone have it?
It's 4.6.
Okay, 4.7.k, I would suggest in writing .1 or .I. Or under, yeah. I just, yeah, that's it.
Is there any objection to this amendment? There is an objection. We will therefore need a motion. Senator Burke, would you?
I do not have, I thought I could objection to say my vote in the
Unfortunately. Okay. If there's no objection to this amendment as it is, we will accept it. Cool. All right, we are now moving back into Senator Villanueva's time. He's yielding questions. Senator Goebel, you have a question.
Do you know why this publication is later to like Nutmeg as a magazine and obviously the UCTV, so all of those news sources are funded as news sources. Is there any reason for that?
There's a request to yield to the President of Free Press. The chair will accept that yield. Just to clarify, your name is John Hannon?
Bob.
Bob. Yeah, my apologies.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
So, other print publications and other like news sources on campus are funded as tier 3 organizations similar to USG, where they collect a fee and are not funded through the progressive student benefit. So I'm wondering why your publication isn't funded as a tier 3, that it's funded through USG, because I'm not aware of any other publication that is trying to get funding from us as a tier 2.
STEM talk. I know that.
All right, there you go.
Yeah. So the news sources that you have offered are generally traditional, especially, and they're also closed groups. Like I'm not going to pretend like I know exactly how the daily campus operates, but they have writers. They have like editorial sections, places where there are letters to the editor and things like that, where students can submit. However, that's not what our organization is. We don't have dedicated writers. We collect content from the campus community and put it together. And generally, the Free Press is an alternative publication. We present the alternative perspective on current events and campus issues, which wouldn't fly if we were getting tier 3 funding and needed to, So that's that reason.
Thank you, Mr. Hannon. The next question goes to Baruco.
I just have a question because the language of the final policy is pretty direct and strict. And I agree with you overall, I 100% agree. But this entire bill is showing the reasoning and the evidence why we should not consider print publications as a giveaway. So I just propose why instead of being brought out and saying organization's mission is primarily to print as a giveaway, why can we not just say, as you as the author, say therefore be it resolved, print publications will not constitute a giveaway.
There is a yield to President Byrd. Yes.
So when I had my original meeting with Mr. Hannon, we discussed that there could be problems with groups who aren't primarily publication-based getting funding for this kind of stuff. The example that we talked about would be college Democrats, college Republicans. I don't think USG should be necessarily funding their print publications of some kind of partisan thing, whatever. Whereas the STEM Talk magazine, Free Press, their mission is primarily publication. And if we don't fund them because it's a giveaway, then they basically don't have a group. Whereas college Republicans, college Democrats, some other groups that may want to publish, their mission isn't to publish and they could exist without publishing. Does that make sense? Okay.
The next question was Gotford. My apologies. I thought I saw a hand movement. My apologies. The next question goes to Dodson.
I yield.
My apologies. The next question goes to Nanda.
I just got somewhat semantic point. The actual clause that refers to giveaways is 4.6K, not 4.7K. Also, under the therefore be resolved clause, we have it as, we're going to add a new clause as section 4.7I, which is quite a ways 4K, so we should add it as K, A, or L. If we added it as L, we would be displacing the rest of the legislation, and it just wouldn't look right because we'd have two-letter L's. So I propose that we amend the second whereas clause to read 4.6.k and replace 4.6 in the therefore be resolved and replace the I with a or a K.A.
Unfortunately, at this time, due to the constraints of the yield, Senator Tuma cannot make such a motion. Only Senator Villanueva can make motions at this time. Is that something that Senator Villanueva would like to move to do right now, or is that something that after Senator Villanueva's time, Senator Tuma would like to move to do?
The second one.
Okay. Next question goes to Lavoie. Lavoie yields. Are there any questions? Von Olson.
I think it was Dan who mentioned another organization that's affected by this that functions just as print publications. What is that group? Like, how many groups does this pertain to?
This is only 2 groups so far that are affected that we know of, that USG knows of. I cannot speak from like the involvement office standpoint, which knows of all the organizations. We are only able to know the ones that request USG funding or come to USG wanting funding. One of them, the one is Free Press. The other is the one I am an officer of, which is Semcon Magazine.
Thank you, Funding Board Chair Johnson. Are there any further questions for Senator Villanueva? Maruko?
Just to make it very more concise, you mentioned giveaway twice. Would you be opposed to it reading? Print publications will not constitute a giveaway if the organization's mission statement mission is primarily dependent on such a publication, rather than the because mentioning giveaway twice when we're trying to say it will not constitute a giveaway, it doesn't follow. It doesn't have to follow. That's my personal. Would you be opposed to that? So I motion to change.
Unfortunately, at this time, motions are out of order. Senator Villanueva, your time is up. We will now move into discussion on this item as a whole. President Byrd, you have 10 minutes.
So, how do I do this without which minutes? All right. So, when we originally got the requests, I suggested that we fund Free Press for their magazines. Again, I think this solves that problem. So I am 110% in favor of this legislation. Free Press cannot exist unless we fund their publication. So I think that's really important. They add value to UConn's campus, and I urge you all to vote yes on this.
The next person is Comptroller Johnny.
I am not going to say whether I'm for or against it. I just want to give the rationale why, like President Byrd had mentioned, we had this discussion over the period of like 4 days, 5 days about what to do about this. And my rationale for saying no to printing for the copies is that a cappella groups used to be funded for copies of their CDs for replication, and a few years ago we changed that to say that we will fund enough to help them actually make the CD and carry out the production, but we won't fund for the duplication of those CDs because those CDs were being given out. And that was my rationale for consistency purposes. I saw this in the same manner, where I am more than willing to help make one publication, but the replication of that publication, if we're not funding replication or duplication of CDs, I kind of saw it in the same boat.
Thank you, Comptroller Johnny. The next person is Senator Bonaventura. then Tumu, then Baruko, then Lanza, and O'Connor, and then
I just wanted to say really quickly about legislation regarding the whole giveaway thing. I know me personally, maybe, you know, I don't know if it's just that I haven't seen it or what, but I've never seen a copy this semester of either the Free Press or STEM Talk anywhere on campus to be readily picked up for free. I don't know if that's due to a funding problem where they can't get them published to give out or what, but you know, I'm a little bit torn because I feel like if us as students aren't receiving them as the print publications they're supposed to be, then I don't feel like we should fund them. But at the same time, if it is a funding problem that is prohibiting the distribution of these, you know, and ready access of these publications, then I feel that we should fund them. So I'm not 100% sure. Maybe somebody can clarify that. So I yield the rest of my time to go through that.
there's a request to yield the time to Mr. Hannon of the Free Press Magazine. The chair accepts that yield at this time.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I'm sorry that you haven't received a Free Press. We actually distribute in Whitney Dining Hall, South Dining Hall, Northwest, Philip E. Austin, and Laurel Hall. Yes, exactly. So we have quite a few. They're spread out around campus. You know, we're looking into getting more locations to distribute, and generally with excess issues that we can't just put in our racks, we try to distribute just to the campus, just generally like, you know, people walking by, you know, we do it to in person. So that's generally how we distribute. You know, we print 2,000 copies per issue. So the 2,000 copies, you know, this is a huge university, there's a lot of students. Not everyone can get a copy of every issue that we print, unfortunately, but we do try to make it as available to most of the campus as possible. So I hope that that answers your question.
Yeah, it's just, like I see the daily, I mean, the is a daily publication, but like, you know, maybe, do you think it would help if you guys receive more funding to print more issues of these so that they are more available? Would that help, or, I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I just think that we're an inherently different organization than the Daily Campus, as far as, first of all, collecting content from the campus community, and then also just printing in magazine format is a lot different than printing in newspaper format. And Daily Campus has their own, you know, printing apparatus that they can use to get them out and then deliver them every morning and get them out. So for us, distribution, because we don't have Tier 3 funding, and we're, you know, our organization shouldn't have Tier 2 funding in my opinion, Tier 3 funding, excuse me, Tier 3 funding, because of that, you know, so yeah, they just have a better infrastructure for distributing the issues, whereas for us it's a lot more difficult.
Senator Bonaventura, do you yield the rest of your time?
I'd just like to say one thing too, maybe like, I mean, this is kind of side note, but just for consideration, possibly thinking about maybe like restocking and trying to maybe build that into you guys for next year, just so that there is more access, because I feel like the access thing to your publication is one of the, my biggest.
Senator Bonaventura, is this germane to the legislation at hand, or is it more?
I guess it's sort of is germane, but I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you, Senator Bonaventura. Next person on the speakers list is Senator Toomey.
Before my time, I'd like to make a motion.
Senator Toomey, you can make a motion within your time.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the first whereas clause to read instead of clause 4.7.8, 4.6.
Senator Toomey, just to clarify, do you mean the first therefore being resolved clause?
The second whereas, and then the first therefore being resolved.
Okay. What is the specific amendment?
Change 7 to 6. I request the same change you made in the section where the first therefore being resolved. And again there, and .I be replaced with .K.A.
Is there any objection to this amendment? Seeing no objection to this amendment, the Senate will accept the vote. Thank you, Senator Toomey. You have 9 minutes remaining.
I feel that there is one point that has escaped this body's consideration when looking at this piece of legislation, and that is that we currently do not stipulate that these print publications be intended for campus-wide distribution. I do not believe that student fee funds should be used to fund publications for only specific groups on campus. I think that the mission of the Free Press and the mission of STEM Talk is to bring whatever content they're presenting to the university as a whole. And if there is content that is intended for a specific audience, then that content is, we don't want to subsidize content that is only going to go to a specific set of people. We want the content that we fund to be able to be had by the entire university. So I'd like to propose another amendment. I'd like to add the following text.
Are you moving to make an amendment?
I am moving to make an amendment to the current legislation to read print publications will not constitute a giveaway if the organization's mission is primarily dependent on such a giveaway and is available to the entire University of Connecticut undergraduate student population. Undergraduate student population as well.
Point of information for clarity, or did you say the student body of the source?
I'm amenable to that.
The motion has not been seconded, and therefore Senator Tumu has the ability to adjust the motion. Would you like to? Is there a second for this, Schroeder? Is there any discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, we'll move into a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Abstentions. There's one abstention from the chair. The ayes have it. The motion carries.
I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Senator Tumu. The next person to be recognized for discussion is Senator Baruco.
Change, I would like to move the motion to change the second giveaway, the therefore be resolved to be publication.
Is there a second for this motion? Second to Gibbs. Is there any discussion on this motion? Seeing none, we will move into a vote. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Abstentions, there's an abstention from the chair and from Senator Baruco. The ayes have it and the motion carries. The legislation is amended to read as Senator Baruco, do you yield the rest of your time?
I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Senator Baruco. Senator Lanza, you have the floor for 2 minutes.
I yield.
Senator Lanza yields. Senator O'Connor, you have the floor for 10 minutes.
Yeah, this is going to be quick. I just want to say one thing about this. I just want to say, as the undergraduate student government, there's one thing.
Senator O'Connor, if you could please, for the minute taker for me, speak into the mic.
Oh, my bad.
So one thing I wanted to say is, as the undergraduate student government, one of the most important things we need to do is fund organizations like the Free Press that organizes things for multiple students, because if anyone took the time to look into these pamphlets that they hand out, and it comes from multiple sections of campus, multiple people with different images, different ideas, and different attitudes. And the most important thing that we need to do is make sure that we fund this organization, or at least pass this amendment. I'll be in full support of it, and I hope y'all are.
Thank you, Senator O'Connor. Dodson.
I yield.
Dodson yields. Is there anyone else who would like to be recognized for discussion on this motion? All right, seeing none, we'll move into a vote. The question is on the motion to adopt a bill regarding USG funding of print publications. This legislation amends the funding policies so that a new clause will be added under section 4.6. Is there any question? Senator Tumu?
Would these print publications be considered Category B funding requests?
Senator Tumu, right now we're only accepting procedural questions for the motion. Are there any questions regarding procedure? All right, we'll move into a vote. All those in favor on the question will say aye. Aye. All those opposed will say no. Any abstentions? There's an abstention from the chair. The ayes have it and the motion carries. We will now move into the next item, which is item B of your business, the USG 2017-2018 judiciary nominations. The nominees will, if there's no objection, will now be entered into the record. Nominations Committee Member Nazaro, if you could please remind me the names of the nominees. MCMILLA. Senator Nazaro, you have 10 minutes to speak on the nominees if you would like. All right. Will the nominees, if they are in the room, please rise? Okay. Is there any discussion on these on this motion to? My apologies. We do not have a motion yet. All those motion to Grugo, second to Nenadol. All right. Any discussion on this motion? Okay. If there is no discussion, we will move into a vote to approve these nominees. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? There is an abstention from the chair, from Senator Nazaro and Senator Olje. The ayes have it, and the motion carries. Congratulations. We have a new judiciary. All right, we will now move into item C of new business, a bill concerning the approval of the minutes of the 2016-17 undergraduate student senate. The motion I'll give to the chair is going to make an announcement at this time. Will the approved members of judiciary please step outside to begin your election proceedings? You need to elect a chief justice from amongst you. Thank you, members of judiciary. All right, we'll now move into item C, which I read. Is there a motion? A motion I'll give to Kundo as the author. Second, I'll give to Nenadol. There is a possible conflict because this legislation does involve the speaker. Is there any desire, is there any objection to the speaker presiding over the discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Senator Kundu, you have 10 minutes.
Sure. All right, well, this is pretty simple. A bill concerning the approval of the minutes of the 2016-2017 undergraduate student government. So basically what we're doing here is that since we need to approve minutes for every session of Senate that we have, and since this is the last session of Senate, and since this specific Senate will not be meeting after tonight, this Senate will not be able to approve its own minutes for the last session. So with this legislation, all we're simply doing is giving George P. Wang the authority to approve the last minutes of this Senate session. That's all it is, pretty simple. Let's get on with it so we can move on to other things. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Kundu. Actually, if there's no objection, would the Senate be amicable to an amendment so that it just says approve the minutes of the 2016-2017 term, just because I think there might have been one or two that we missed somewhere in the middle. Is everyone okay with that? Is there any objection? I don't see any objection. All right, is there any further discussion on this legislation, on the motion? All right, seeing none, we'll move into a vote. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. All those opposed will say no. Abstentions, there's an abstention from the chair. The ayes have it and the motion carries. Last paragraph. If there's any objection, we will add item D to the agenda, which is the EOC chair nomination. Is there any objection to adding this item to the agenda? All right, seeing none, we'll add this item to the agenda, and the chair will step down and ask Deputy Speaker Kundu to take its place.
Do we have a motion for this? Motion goes to London, Senator Tugu, second goes to Connor. Yeah, Senator O'Connor. All right.
So I would like to formally nominate George P. Wang to the EOC to be the chair of the EOC committee. He's the most qualified person, and you know he's good at it. Let's just like Speaker said, get on with it.
President Burnett, do you yield it?
I do.
Okay.
Actually, let's sit here in silence for 9 minutes.
It would be your call. All right, so is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, let's move to a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Any abstentions? One abstention to the chair. All right, in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion goes.
We will now move into commendations for the 2016-2017 undergraduate student government seniors. Do we have a motion to accept the commendations? Motion to Baruco, I think second came from Jane. All right. Who's presenting? Vice President Valverde to present the commendations.
Right. Okay, so we have a bunch we want to go through. So I sent out an email to anybody who did sign up on the form or requested the order of how we're going and who's reading for what. Luckily, a lot of people actually ended up requesting people, so it made it a lot easier. So if you got an email from me, I think it was about like 6 o'clock. It was really last minute. Check that out. But I'll call over people just to kind of make this go by a little bit faster. Only one person is reading each commendation, but the first one we're going to read is for Jess. Lynn. Our advisor, so George is going to join me for this one. We're going to split this one.
Where's Jess?
Jess is over there.
Jess, stand up.
Jess, go
Please stand. If you don't know Jess Lynn, then I feel bad for her, because honestly, Jess Lynn has been a rock for us at USG this year. She's been the one who has guided us through these rocky waves. Thank you so much for everything that you've done for us. I really do appreciate it. I know all of USG exec appreciates it, and I know that the undergraduate student body of STORS appreciates it. So thank you. All right.
Okay. A commendation concerning the undergraduate student government tenure of Jess Lynn. Whereas half of the executive committee is still waiting for that mediation session that Jess offered to oversee last semester.
Whereas Jess was a member of her own student government and still somehow decided that she wanted to advise people like us for her. But we're really good.
Whereas Jess has the patience of every combined mother on the planet and more.
Whereas Jess was always the most polite audience of citizens during undergraduate student government executive committee meetings, and always raised her hand when wishing to speak during a discussion or debate, even when no one else did.
No.
Yeah, we don't.
Oh, we don't. No, you don't want to do that. Because then you can read ahead.
Oh, okay.
All right, okay, no, that's right.
Okay. Whereas, let's have a mediated meeting about this.
Whereas you can spot Jess from a mile away from her bright blue backpack.
Whereas the fact that she hails from New Jersey has never been brought up once or used as a joke.
Whereas Jess handled a transition in student activities so gracefully that many people didn't even know that the transition happened.
Whereas Jess does not get paid nearly enough for all of the responsibilities and work she has done.
Whereas occasionally you will find Jess waiting in the student union at 9 a.m.
in the morning on Monday for her meeting with a certain Speaker of the Senate who will text her half an hour later to tell her that he slept.
Whereas both speakers who spent their tenure underneath her mentorship will be forever grateful for her guidance, understanding, and general presence when facing a tumultuous issue. There we go.
Whereas Jess has done a remarkable job completing her graduate degree and acting as a full-time advisor to USG. We commend her for that achievement because only God knows how hard that can be.
Therefore, be it resolved that the undergraduate student government recognizes her and the many other unsung contributions that Jess has made to the organization.
Be it finally resolved that the undergraduate student government is deeply grateful for Jess's commitment and dedication during her tenure in the undergraduate student government and wishes her the best of luck in the future.
Okay, a commendation concerning the undergraduate tenure of Adam Kugler. Whereas Adam Kugler is my dad. Whereas Adam Kugler is your dad. Whereas Adam Kugler is everyone's dad. Whereas Adam will always be the dad of USG. Whereas Adam is the most likely person from USG to actually win an office seat. Whereas Adam loves to wear pink. Whereas he's always eager to move on to bigger and better things than us. Whereas Adam's way of saying McDonald's and Wisconsin. Whereas Adam is the most genuine person to ever be in USG. Whereas Adam has been a great mentor to many. Whereas Adam is literally the sweetest guy alive and proves that not all Republicans are that bad. Whereas Adam is the man. Whereas Adam Kugler was deemed so hot by the entire group of Chinese students at U21. Whereas Adam Kugler was under consideration for nomination for Connecticut's 68th House of Representatives seat. Whereas did Adam really count as a student trustee if he's basically a 40-year-old man? Therefore, be it resolved that the undergraduate student government recognizes him and the many other unsung contributions that Adam Kugler has made to this organization. Be it finally resolved that the undergraduate student government is deeply grateful for Adam's commitment and dedication during his tenure in the undergraduate student government and wishes him the best of luck in his future.
Accommodation concerning the undergraduate tenure of Christian Allen. Whereas knows more about plants than one person should ever know. Whereas, have you heard about Christian's business? Whereas Christian still needs to find me good wood to work with. Okay, whereas Christian never talks slow or it takes 4 minutes to finish a sentence. Whereas Christian is most likely to be rich the fastest. He started a company in rocks. Whereas we'll miss Christian's smiling face in the office next year. Whereas he has the nicest eyes in the office. Whereas Christian is always dressed to impress at Senate. Whereas Christian crossed over into the dark side when he left for USG, but he made the right choice nonetheless. Whereas the organization wishes Christian joined earlier. Therefore, be it resolved that the undergraduate student government recognizes him and the many other unsung contributions that Christian Allen has made to the organization. Be it finally resolved that the undergraduate student government is deeply grateful for Christian's commitment and dedication during his tenure in the undergraduate student government and wishes him the best of luck in his future.
A commendation concerning the undergraduate tenure of Lauren O.J. Whereas Lauren, nobody pronounces her last name correctly, O.J. Whereas Senator O.J. is a glowing radiant of sunlight sent from above. Whereas, did anybody actually tell Lauren when they were writing legislation? Whereas many people are reminded about how great Lauren is whenever they drink a glass of orange juice. Whereas Lauren claims she does not party, yet still manages to show up at every nickel line promptly at 5 p.m. Whereas I didn't know I was going to be reading this every time, so it's oddly in third person. Whereas Dan is going to miss their weekly Wednesday dinners more than Lauren will ever know. Whereas Lauren will head back to her homeland of Thailand after spending 4 years as an international student at UCTV. Whereas Lauren has the same exact diet as a bunny rabbit. Whereas hummus and peppers. Whereas if Lauren doesn't work out every day, is she actually Lauren? Whereas Lauren doesn't give a damn about the environment and can frequently be seen littering and dumping toxic waste into rivers. Whereas Lauren managed to never speak in Senate, but still be one of the most important senators. Therefore, be it resolved that the undergraduate student government recognizes her and the many other unsung contributions that Lauren O.J. has made to this organization. Be it finally resolved that the undergraduate student government is deeply grateful for Lauren's commitment and dedication during her tenure in the undergraduate student government and wishes her the best of luck in her future. Thank you.
Commendation concerning the undergraduate tenure of Michael Lenza. Whereas his cool, condescending comments in Senate will be missed. Whereas Mike Lanza has a Rod Stewart fetish. Rod Stewart.
The singer, the British singer.
Whereas Mike Lanza had a Euro trash haircut. Whereas Mike Lanza was born in the wrong decade and country. Whereas Mike Lanza is more argumentative than a drunk Irishman. Whereas Mike Lanza is a drunk Irishman. Whereas Mike Lanza, Everton is mediocre. It's pretty. Whereas we should go to France someday. Whereas Mike thinks he is Marty Simpson, other, or Archer, or really any character who gets with a lot of women.
Sir, I didn't hear that when you said that.
I'm sorry. Whereas Mike thinks he is Barney Stinson from How I Met Your Mother, or Archer, or really any character who gets with a lot of women. Whereas Andrew will miss FaceTiming you while we were both in the Senate. Whereas he will also miss having you as a roommate and one of his best friends. Whereas he will not miss the Euro trash haircut. Whereas Mike can say the same words as you, but somehow sound more intelligent and convincing in doing so. Whereas Mike Lanza is one of the 3 people in the entire world who knows what the sport hurling is. Whereas Mike Lanza's haircut was the sole inspiration for the show Peaky Blinders. Whereas Michael is most likely to ask to FaceTime into a committee meeting. Whereas Michael plays the most insignificant sport possible. Whereas Michael still speaks about it as if it were the most significant sport possible. Whereas Michael Lanza has the guts to be the one respectful, dissenting voice during debates that seem to be simply grandstanding. Therefore, be it resolved that the undergraduate student government recognizes him and the many other unsung contributions that Michael Lanza has made to the organization. Be it finally resolved that the undergraduate student government is deeply grateful for Michael's commitment and dedication during his tenure in the undergraduate student government and wishes him the best of luck. happy for this one. A commendation concerning the undergraduate tenure of Miles Gibbs. Whereas Miles Gibbs looks old enough to be Dan's dad. Whereas you can always count on him to talk at least once during Senate. Whereas he'll be bitter for not getting Senator of the Year for a long time. Whereas Miles exclusively owns 3-piece suits, blue shirts, and black ties. Whereas Miles Gibbs has poured his heart and soul into the Student Services Sustainability Subcommittee and free t-shirts. Whereas Miles deserves a lot of recognition for all of the work he has done this semester. Whereas Miles has a photogenic smile and makes people rethink happiness in general. Whereas Miles laughs and smiles even in immense pain. Whereas Miles is most likely to compliment anyone in the office. Whereas Miles is the only one to find a love in the SOC. Whereas we all wish that Miles joined USG earlier so we could have enjoyed his presence more. Therefore, be it resolved that the undergraduate student government recognizes him and the many other unsung contributions that Miles Gibbs has made to the organization. Be it finally resolved that the undergraduate student government is deeply grateful for Miles' commitment and dedication during his tenure in the undergraduate student government and wishes him the best of luck in the future.
Concerning the undergraduate tenure of Roma Romanek. Whereas Roma always welcomes people with a warm smile and is so friendly. Whereas Roma Romanek was almost the Gerald Ford of USG. Whereas Roma outdoes us all. Whereas Roma will enjoy a fulfilling career as a Mila Kunis impersonator in the future. Whereas Roma totally loves socialism and wants to seize the means of production. Whereas kudos and Roma make the world go round. Whereas nobody knows how Roma maintains a 4.0 GPA and a successful social life. Whereas if you think you'll need money in the future, be nice to Roma from now on. It could pay off. Whereas Roma wants to work for Citibank just to be closer to Parth. Whereas Roma introduces herself by saying, "Hi, I'm Roma, I'm Ukrainian, and I hate Vladimir Putin." Therefore, be it resolved that the undergraduate student government recognizes her and the many other unsung contributions that Roma Romanek has made to the organization. Be it finally resolved that the undergraduate student government is deeply grateful for Roma's commitment and dedication during her tenure in the undergraduate student government and wishes her the best of luck in her future. Whereas Noman can rock a jumpsuit to banquet like no other. Whereas Noman is one of the best dressed people in USG. Whereas Noman keeps giving USG her all, even when it doesn't reciprocate. Whereas please never mention anything about engineering around Noman. She either won't shut up about it or will spontaneously combust from the amount of stress she feels from being an engineer. Whereas Noman was the most likely to be working on other work in the office. Whereas Noman uses her RA job to help balance out USG so that she could actually tolerate it. Whereas Noman always greets everyone with a kind smile and hi. Whereas Noman took the time out to meet with every single senator candidate, and that meant a lot to them. She did great with elections overall. Whereas Noman's sudden exclamations during committee meetings are known to serve as alarm clocks for committee members who may be dozing off. Whereas Noman's tenure in Act Affairs was marked by a 3-week chain of fiery debate and shade thrown at the former chairman. Therefore, be it resolved that the undergraduate student government recognizes her and the many other unsung contributions that Noman has made to the organizations. Be it finally resolved that the undergraduate student government is deeply grateful for Noman's commitment and dedication during her tenure in the undergraduate student government and wishes her the best of luck in her future.
commendation concerning the undergraduate tenure of Sam Surwitz. Whereas Sam has the most low-key, underrated, best dance moves in all of USG. Whereas Sam was the most popular.
No one just saw what he did.
I'll show some to you right now. Whereas Sam was the most popular married person to ever be a member of USG. Whereas Sam, without a doubt, learned what service meant long before USG, as he had the most meaningful pre-college career of any past, current, or future member of USG. Whereas Sam is the only person who could have stormed an undergraduate student government caucus with an incredible amount of his constituency with as much finesse as he did. Whereas Sam loved USG so much that he wanted to make his mark on the Senate by creating and passing a veteran center ex officio senator position. Whereas Sam realized he was wrong, so he graduated mid-year to get away from USG. Whereas Sam served admirably as the ex officio senator for the veteran center. Whereas Sam understood what it meant to do as much as he could to do the most good in the time that he had in USG. Whereas Sam worked tirelessly to advocate for veteran representation and support at the USG and university level. Whereas Sam will always be remembered as an invaluable member of the undergraduate student government. Therefore, be it resolved that USG recognizes these and the many other unsung contributions that Sam Surwitz has made to the organization. Be it finally resolved that USG is deeply grateful for Sam's commitment and dedication during his tenure in USG and wishes him the best of luck in the future.
Undergraduate tenure of Shabazz Khan. Whereas he'll be introducing himself as not too shabby forever. Whereas Shabazz Khan is not the basketball player. Whereas Shabazz Khan will always be the most famous Shabazz to attend UConn. Whereas Shabazz is the most dedicated committee member ever. Whereas Shabazz is one of the few inviting, welcoming guys in USG. Whereas Shabby is the only senior man who cares so much about tampon time. Whereas Shabby is the only man, really, to care so much about tampons and tampon time in general. Whereas Shabazz Khan is a cool guy. That's about it for us. Whereas someone said they lived in North, and Shabby asked if they were okay, and I'll never forget that. Whereas Shabazz does not use eccentric hand gestures. Whereas Shabazz never fails to help out, sign up for a shift, or pass on his sage wisdom to the next person. Whereas Shabazz Napier doesn't have shit on Shabazz Khan. Therefore, be resolved that the undergraduate student government recognizes him and the many other unsung contributions that Shabazz Khan has made to this organization. Therefore, be it finally resolved that the undergraduate student government is deeply grateful for Shabazz's commitment and dedication during his tenure in the undergraduate student government and wishes him the best luck in his future. Okay. Commendation concerning the undergraduate tenure of Gavetter, sorry. Sorry, say your name wrong. Okay. Whereas she's better known as Gavetter, the Justice, whereas she will always be the second best Gavetter. I didn't even say it, but. Whereas nipple covers should be a requirement for USG.
but didn't make the cut. Okay, come on, listen to what people have to say. Whereas if by acting Chief Justice we mean she was acting like she knew what was going on, then yeah, sure. Whereas this number 6 will haunt her for the rest of her life. Whereas a boy interned for Michael at the Connecticut General Assembly. Whereas a boy is able to eloquently slay anyone who questions her. Whereas a boy has George on speed dial for a month. Whereas a boy is a senior and we are all confused. Whereas a boy received apparel from the engineering school for being their orientation leader and now uses that apparel to act like she's actually an engineering student. Sorry you couldn't make mom and dad proud. Whereas a boy has been one of the greatest additions to the USG family, and we wish we had more time with her, had a few more years with her. Therefore, be it resolved that the undergraduate student government recognizes her and the many other unsung contributions that UCTV has made to the organization. Be it finally resolved that the undergraduate student government is deeply grateful for UCTV's commitments and dedications during her tenure in the undergraduate student government and wishes her the best of luck in her future. Walking in saying, "Hi friends." Whereas Eliza likes to touch Erica's breasts. Where Eliza can always be seen with the Dunkin' cup in her hand. If there's not Dunkin' in her cup, it's not Eliza. Whereas Eliza has the best attitude and hair. Whereas Eliza Conrad should know that Kaylee would be proud of her efforts in leading student services to where it is today. Whereas a daily dose of vitamin Eliza has been clinically proven to fully cure grouchiness, irritability, and general sadness. Whereas Eliza is always dressed to impress. Whereas Eliza, are you still working on your thesis? Whereas Eliza is a 4-year member, but you already knew that. Whereas Eliza is in her early 20s, yet a mother to all of us. Whereas Eliza can always be seen going over her agenda and adding more to it every day. Whereas Eliza can be found at the first computer of the USG office at all times. Whereas Eliza has done great work with student services and will be greatly missed. Therefore, be it resolved that the undergraduate student government recognizes her and the many other unsung contributions that Eliza Conrad has made to the organization. Be it finally resolved that the undergraduate student government is deeply grateful for Eliza's commitment and dedication during her tenure in the undergraduate student government and wishes for the best of luck in the future.
Whereas, wait, I forgot what I was going
Whereas Alyssa is one of the sweetest executive committee members and an awesome student development chair. Therefore, be it resolved that the undergraduate student government recognizes her and the many other unsung contributions that Alyssa Crooks has made to the organization. Be it finally resolved that the undergraduate student government is deeply grateful for Alyssa's commitment and dedication during her tenure in the undergraduate student government and wishes her the best of luck in her future. Commendation concerning the undergraduate tenure of Hamza Mirza. Whereas, can't hang, but is still a straight savage. Whereas, Hamza Mirza claims he's broke, but then waltzes into Senate wearing a Brooks Brothers hat. You are wearing it right now. Okay, whereas Hamza's toughest challenge is in USG will always be banquet. Whereas Hus Daddy is both the worst DJ name and the worst DJ at the same time. Whereas only one thing can make Hamza cry, taking an aux cord away from him. Whereas Hamza went into full Hulk mode and flipped over a table at banquet. Why? We took the aux cord away. Whereas Hamza spelled backwards is asthma. Whereas Hamza didn't actually fulfill a single responsibility for his committee during the spring semester because he's just that good at delegating. Whereas Hamza's always there to update everyone on the latest slang. Whereas Husky-thon should really be called Husky-thon from now on. Whereas, in case you missed it, Hamza is a part of Husky-thon, just so you know. Whereas, Hamza can be found at Ted's or Husky's at any time of the day. Whereas Hamza is still using Shabby's Big Y card to buy some pizza. Whereas truly, the world deserves Afro Huz, but we'll have to make do with Huz Daddy instead. Whereas Hamza's fashion choices are delightfully eccentric, and he should start his own clothing line selling mismatched socks and sneakers, bucket hats, and oversized jerseys. Whereas Hamza gave guard dogs his all no matter what. Therefore, be it resolved that the undergraduate student government recognizes him and the many other unsung contributions that Hamza Mirza has made to the organization. Be it finally resolved that the undergraduate student government is deeply grateful for Hamza's commitment and dedication during his tenure in the undergraduate student government and wishes him the best of luck in his future.
Commendation concerning the undergraduate tenure of Sydney Dinkley. Whereas, wait, can we please make sure that Sydney's even here? Whereas, do the freshmen even know who Sydney Dinkley is? Whereas, hey Sydney, can you come to the office? Nah, sorry, I took an impromptu trip to Myrtle Beach. Whereas Sydney does not know what time exec ends because she doesn't attend exec. Or Senate. Whereas Chief of Staff Dinkaloo has a smile that can brighten any day and is always willing to help. Whereas Sydney conducted very fair interviews and coincidentally hired everyone in USG to work at the gym. Whereas Sydney is the best SRF manager to walk around the facility and talk USG gossip with. Whereas Sydney will never forgive Steph for the lack of sleep she got during Cosga. Whereas Sydney may have the most nicknameable last name of all time. Here's to you, Dink, Stinkin' Donuts, Dinkelberg, etc. Whereas Sydney Dinkaloo's name should only be mentioned in an Australian accent. Whereas we are starting a GoFundMe to help Sydney get her other nipple pierced. Whereas Sydney is the only person person known to mankind to eat mayo by itself. Whereas Sydney does not have the last name of a Monsters, Inc. character. Whereas Sydney is basically USG's walking tabloid. Whereas Sydney found love in a hopeless place. Whereas Sydney Dinkloo must have gotten a sizable tax break from her generous donation to Ben Incognito's Love Life.
Oh my God.
Whereas Sydney's diet consists of the cream cheese, coffee, and bagel food groups. Therefore, be it resolved that the undergraduate student government recognizes her and the many other unsung contributions that Sydney Dinkloo has made to the organization. Be it finally resolved that USG is deeply grateful for Sydney's commitment and dedication during her tenure in USG and wishes her the best of luck in the future.
Concerning the undergraduate tenure of Erica. Whereas my last name is pronounced exactly as it's spelled. Kevin. It's not hard. Whereas Erica majors in USG and minors in school. Whereas Erica has seemingly worked for every tier 3 at some point. Whereas concerning how well she's liked in the organization, you'd think she'd smile more. Whereas Erica has been mean since kindergarten. Whereas Erica was so disappointed that she didn't get to see Il Uzi Vert for this film. Whereas Erica was willing to show up to any committee meeting that included food. Whereas Erica will forever be a dub and never understand what that means. Whereas the dumpster provides great memories for all of us, especially Erica's team. Whereas Erica's the better half of the pair that she and her twin sister make up. Whereas the phrase, SMA, might as well be trademarked by Erica. Whereas Erica may think she's smart, but she spells mansion as mansion. Whereas Erica will still be moving her bed around even after she graduates. Whereas Erica knows I'm probably sleeping, yet still texts me asking me for food. Whereas Erica has started using the word sheesh at high volume, and we're unsure if we like it. Whereas Erica Electricon cannot wake up while on overseas trips, even when the bus is leaving in 17 minutes. Whereas Erica will never live down her Cosgo 2015 reputation, including, but not limited to, eating entire bushels of chicken nuggets, being a human loudspeaker, and finding and pushing all of Parth's buttons. Whereas Erica was the first to shake ex officio Senator Baxter, leaving him to believe that she had something really smelly sprayed on her. Whereas, if you ever hear someone loudly say, "I hate you," in the office, it's definitely Erica. Whereas Erica is the only person to Snapchat her misery during a half marathon. Whereas Erica will have you swipe her in and then leave you at the time. Whereas when Erica wakes up, she thinks about two things. All of the free rides she'll get, and all of the free swipes. Whereas Erica does not beg for swipes and always has her ID on her. Whereas Erica is most likely to drop you off of a cliff and then buy you some ice cream afterwards. Whereas she will always be known as Chief. Long live the Chief. Therefore, be it resolved that the undergraduate student government recognizes her and the many other unsung contributions that Erica Electricon has made to the organization. Therefore, be it finally resolved that the undergraduate student government was deeply grateful for Erica's commitment and dedication during her tenure in the undergraduate student government and wishes for the best of luck in the future.
Does anyone have tissues in the room? Just, okay, no, I'm gonna just start. A commendation concerning the undergraduate tenure of Rashida Johnny. Whereas Rashida Johnny. Whereas Comptroller Johnny is the most forgotten member of USG ever. Whereas Comptroller Johnny is the ultimate Janu. Whereas Rashida Johnny is a firm believer in the slippery slope fallacy. Whereas Rashida makes the best ugly Snapchats and great Cosga memes. Whereas Rashida is almost as good as Sunny from Husky Bunga, but she still will never live up to that level. Whereas Rashida Johnny made Sunny proud by becoming captain of UC Thunder Ross. Whereas Rish is in UC Thunder Ross, in case you hadn't heard. Whereas her fiscal responsibility has earned her so many friends in Greek life. Whereas, did you know that quinoa is a serious problem? Did you know that most cocoa farmers have never tasted chocolate? It's horrible. Whereas Miss Johnny never fails to ask for just one bite of another's food before devouring. Whereas Rashida always made me proud by following my footsteps and then surpassing my own achievements each year. I'm assuming that's part of it. Whereas Rashida Johnny will never live down her Cosmic 2015 reputation, including, but not limited to, using men's razors, being not so secretly into Rachel, and having a fetish for cheetah print growing up. Whereas Rashida is not Rachel's type. As much as she thought she was. Whereas Rashida Johnny would win in an annual USG arm wrestling competition while filing the USG budget. Whereas Rashida Johnny will always be Baba Gopal's first and best disciple. Whereas be on the lookout for the breakout rapper Rashady on the Billboard Top 100. Whereas Rashida Johnny lost accountability of her jackets while celebrating the banquet at a questionable level. Whereas Rashida gives the best hugs in the world and is the kindest person on this planet. Whereas Rashida can go from the warmest smile to the deepest scowl instantaneously. Whereas Rashida is a 4-year member, I mean 3.5 years. Whereas Rishida's favorite outfit is a long sleeve t-shirt, gray cargo sweatpants, and knee-high black boots. Whereas Rashida Johnny's business was always everyone's business. Therefore, be it resolved that the undergraduate student government recognizes her and the many other unsung contributions that Rashida Johnny has made to the organization. Be it finally resolved that the undergraduate student government is deeply grateful for Rishida's commitment and dedication during her tenure in the undergraduate student government and wishes her the best.
Okay, a commendation concerning the undergraduate tenure of Daniel Byrd. Whereas Daniel Byrd is the long-lost son of Chief of Staff Justin Clark. Whereas, Dan, do you even like UConn? Whereas the Husky Pride Award goes to Oh, wait. Whereas Dan Bird is definitely the only person who knows all the words to the Yukon fight song. Whereas orientation leaders actually know more about Yukon than President Bird ever will. Whereas the office has almost flooded due to Daniel's tears from the election and the women's basketball team loss. Whereas the office still has not fully submerged and is screwed because he's going to be crying after this one too. Whereas if the office door was ever closed, it was because Dan was taking care of his online business of selling relish. He sells relish on the low, just so you all know. You can check the website, it says made by Daniel Bird. Whereas Dan always claims he's broke because he can't pay his credit card bills, but still manages to get McDonald's 3 times a week.
That's why my credit card bill is so.
Okay. Whereas, does anyone know when Spring 2015 banquet is? Because Dan still doesn't know. Whereas Dan is most likely to use his presidential power to get lactate ice cream in the dining halls. Whereas Dan is the cheesiest person to have ever walked the face of the planet, but is lactose intolerant. Whereas if Dan is on the computer, he is most likely watching the same Reddit video on repeat. Whereas Dan's future children will never know what balloons are because of his irrational fear of them. Whereas Dan is most likely to break the tension by singing something in the middle of a serious conversation. Whereas Dan has the unexplainable ability to drop it lower than anyone ever should. Whereas Dan can juju on that beat better than any white boy in USG history. Whereas Dan will twerk to anything, even Sweet Caroline. Whereas President Bird is the greatest student body president who has ever twerked, period. Whereas is the most achieving rookie of the year, has the best hair and can really get down. Whereas Dan Bird spent almost as much time helping to improve the lives of the student body as he did improving the way his hair looks. Whereas Dan appears to have childhood trauma from slipping on slopes. Whereas Daniel Bird aspires to be what Monica was to Bill. I don't know what this means, but I thought it was. I don't know.
What does that mean?
I don't know what that means. I didn't want to edit them too much. Okay, so whereas Dan Bird never gets heated or takes anything personally during debate. Whereas Dan Bird's high school senior portraits are a collection of art and should be preserved for decades to come. Whereas Dan has left the student body flabbergasted by the amount of good he has done. Whereas Dan is honestly, truly one of the greatest presidents this organization has had and will ever have. Therefore, be it resolved that the undergraduate student government recognizes him and the many other unsung contributions that Daniel Bird has made to the organization. Be it finally resolved that the undergraduate student government is deeply grateful for Daniel's commitment and dedication during his tenure in the undergraduate student government and wishes him the best of luck in his future.
Of accepting these commendations will say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no. Abstentions? No abstentions. None. The ayes have it and the motion carries. So I guess we'll move into reports. President Bird.
I have a couple items. First of all, thank you for that lovely commendation. Second of all, the GoFundMe page for Sydney's nipple piercing will be going live tonight. So check that out. Share it, ask family members, friends, church groups, whatever. Let's get this done. So other than that, I have nothing prepared. That's just what's most important to me. But I just want to say thank you all for a really, really fantastic year. I couldn't have done anything that I did without anybody in this room. We all contributed to the success that we had. USG has accomplished so much this year. I can't comprehend how much we've done. We funded more groups than ever before, with the most amount of money ever, which now kind of sounds bad, given what we just did in a few minutes. But we have funded the most amount of groups, the most amount of money, which we should be very proud of. We just balanced our budget, which as much as it sucked, it's important to do. So thank you all for doing that. And thank you to the leaders who said they will be taking point on this over the summer and in the next few months to say, how can we improve these policies more? So Ben Murray and the others, and I know President-elect Valverde, Vice President-elect Johnson, and Comptroller-elect Sedani will be very handy in getting that done. So trust them, work with them, give them ideas, because the more ideas we have, the better. Some of the other things we've accomplished this year, external affairs, I just want to run through the committees just real quick. External affairs, amazing job, testified multiple times, we got a lot of bills, testified for a lot of bills that are going to really improve the lives of students that I think have a really good chance of passing. Haley and I did a really great negotiation to get more representation on Board of Trustees committees, so thank you for your help in that. I couldn't have done it without you, that was a lot of help. Let's see, Funding Board, already said, did the most ever, awesome job, Lisette. Lisette, first of all, Lisette was not in USG, I don't know if everyone knows this, was not in USG prior to this year, and she commanded that committee like she'd been in it for 10 years. She knew the policies, she worked it, she was in the office like 40 hours a week, and sure she has Dawn and Daria to like hang out with, and that's a great perk, but she spent so much time on funding, it's kind of disgusting, so. But thank you, she did a great job, and she needs some recognition for that. Student services, we have tampons on campus, which is super cool. We're joining like a great list of schools that have done it before us. Now we're one of how many, Eliza? Like 4? Yeah, so we're one of 4 schools, including NYU and some others that are really high quality schools, that now schools will be looking to us, thanks to Eliza and to Dylan and Erica and the Student Services Committee. Great work on that. I know you've also done work like throughout the rest of the year, like that wasn't the only thing you guys did. Student Appreciation Day went swimmingly the other day. We had perfect weather, which was helpful. And those tanks were sweet. So great job with that. Okay, Hamza with programs, killed it. Programs breeds excellence. The thing I love about programs this year is that we finally got to start doing things that people have just been like talking about for years. So inventory system and some other things. So thank you to Hamza and the committee for doing those things. I know we couldn't save guard dogs, but we didn't really try. So. But great job. I just want to commend Hamza also on the negotiations with New York Times. They were being a little stingy, they wanted to raise the price, but we negotiated with them, and thanks to Hamza and also Comptroller Johnny, we did a lot of great work and we saved money there, and we're still able to provide the New York Times for students, which is so important. He also oversaw the successful implementation of the Wall Street Journal, which is really awesome as well. Okay, hold on a second. Great part. Oh yeah, right here. Okay. Student development. Wow, just like great events, awesome things going on. I'm really excited to see how Let the Make Cake goes. Founders Day, it's going to be lit. Also, everyone go to Founders Day. It's super fun. Last year was the first one. It was awesome. I can only imagine that this one will be better. There's like floats and things and t-shirts. 3 cents. T-shirts. It's going to be awesome. So great work, Alyssa, this year. We're very proud of you. That's an external program sources. Academic affairs. Okay, so just like seriously great job. This is his second year as Ac affairs, and I can personally attest that continuity helped a lot. Ben has been working tirelessly with me on this textbook issue. You seem like you kind of got reeled into it, even like unwillingly, but he's attended every meeting. He's always like, when I miss a meeting, he's like, Dan, where the hell are you? I'm like, I can't come. But then he tells me like what's going on. Awesome OER event the other day. We've done a lot of great things on that. Also, care packages are going to be great. It's maybe the last year of them now, but we'll see. Hopefully not. But I'm looking forward to that. Also, help him stuff them. please. It takes a lot of work, and we don't want just academic affairs doing it because they spend like 7 hours doing it, and that's not really fair. So contribute to that, please. Anything else? Oh, okay, yeah. 2 more things. Comptroller Johnny, I know I just gave her a commendation, but now I just need to say something else. Comptroller Johnny is obviously one of my best friends, and I think she is better than Parth, which is good, as comptroller. No, but seriously, Parth is great. But Comptroller Johnny, it's been an amazing partnership we've had this year. I think we've agreed on one thing all year, and it's these funding policies. Other than that, we agreed on nothing, yet still managed to get things done. We're lucky we didn't have the presidential comptroller veto this year, because we wouldn't have gotten it done. But seriously, like, amazing job. Can we give her a round of applause? So, comptrollers typically spend like 10 hours a week, like max, in the office doing funding stuff. She actually read the packets, which is pretty cool, and she went above and beyond what every other comptroller has done. That's why I voted for her. That's why I knew she was going to be awesome. And it's just seriously, we're gonna miss her. Sia, though, is gonna kick ass next year. I'm sorry. And then lastly, to my partner in crime, Irma. I don't know what to say. I found out yesterday she's ticklish, so that's cool. Also dangerous. It's been the pleasure of my life to serve with her for a year. Working with your best friend really is the greatest honor you can ever have, especially when it's serving a group of people like the UConn student body. I cry a lot. She hugs me a lot when I cry, which is like every day, especially when with the election of you-know-who. She actually came under my desk with me. Yeah, she's just the most amazing person I've ever met in my entire life, and she's going to be the most amazing president USG has ever seen. Like I said at the Daily Campus, if she's half as good a vice president as she was this year, she'll be the best president to ever serve this body. So you guys are all very, very lucky. So thank you to Irma for her service this year, and I wish her good luck next year. She's going to kick ass too. One more quick thing. I think I just said that, but one more quick thing. Thank you to this body and Speaker Wang. You guys have been incredible. I've been here 4 years. I've never seen freshman senators so active. Like, it's literally incredible what you guys have done. I know I'm leaving USG in good hands with all of you. I'm really proud of all the new senators, the freshman senators, the returning senators who have been here for 4 years, Miles, who's like 35. I'm very proud of all of you. This group is going to really shine next year, and I know you guys are going to do great things for the student body. To the senior senators, thank you for everything you've done. And to Speaker Wang, the greatest speaker to ever serve this body. We all know it's annoying as hell when he follows the rules, but he's doing it for a good reason. So you don't know how many times in exec, in Senate, I've been like, George, screw the rules. But he never listens to me, and that's probably for the better reason. So thank you, George. Thank you for everything. And thank you to you all. It's been a great year. It's been a pleasure serving as student body president, and thank you very much. The Chiefs. So I thought I would bookend this year by forgetting them twice. So I forgot them. I forgot to mention them first Senate last year. I was like, oh, forgot. And they were mad, and justifiably so. And now I just forgot them again. So sorry. They've been incredible. There's things that I was just like kind of too lazy to do, where they just like picked it up and did it. Sydney planned an amazing barbecue last year, despite being like 32 degrees outside, and I couldn't have done that without her. Also, just like their niceness and radiance is really awesome. Erica is always just like always just volunteering for stuff, telling me she hates me, all sorts of good stuff. Also, just storing a ton of shit in the office, which is completely fine. But thank you two very much. I'm sorry I forgot you again, but it's only tradition. Thank you.
Vice President Gilbert.
Okay, so kind of hard to follow, but I guess I just want to really kind of reiterate what Dan just said. This has been such an amazing year, and it was one of like the best honors of my life, being able to be the vice president this year under Dan. Just a fun fact, Dan and I barely talked when he asked me to run with him, and I kind of was like, I don't know about that. But it was one of the best decisions of my life because he's the greatest friend I've ever had. So I'm really lucky, and I think all of you have been really lucky to have such a wonderful president who genuinely really does care about students. And the same thing goes for every single person on the executive board this year. They've all done amazing things. And obviously, I think that if you've seen the impact every single day here with students, with the work that committees have done. As for me, it's been a really fun year. A lot of my stuff was internal, so orientation and having to do retention stuff, banquets, which was kind of insane. I know it looks like it's easy, but it's a lot of hours that you put in. Even these commendations, I didn't really get to sleep because I was doing them all day. But those are the things that are worth it because I love seeing the smiles on everyone's faces when we go to things like banquets or when we all just hang out or when we read these commendations. But then on top of that too, it's just great to know that so many of you were able to meet with me this year whenever you had any issues, and to know that I was able to be that support for a lot of you really means a lot that you trusted me this year. With that being said, so much has been done this year, and I'm excited to be able to continue that next year. I'm really excited to be your next president, and I think there's going to be really great things to come. And the reason being because of the administration that we had this year and all of the executive members. So really, I want you all to give another round of applause to the entire executive board who has worked tirelessly. And it's always been so great to see the turnout of every single event that we've ever had. But with that being said, tonight's going to be fun, and I'll see you all in like a minute. All right.
Comptroller General.
Well, this sucks. I had to write down what I was going to say because my heart's like going to beat out of my chest. For the past 4 years, this is what I know and this is what I've done. I feel heavy-hearted letting this organization go because it has been such a big part of my life. I always say that I want to leave something that in a better place than when I found it, and I truly feel like that is the case. Not only because this body has accomplished so much over the past year, but because I also have the good fortune of knowing that I am leaving it in very, very, very capable hands. I would like to say thank you to everyone here for the impact you've had on me, whether that be for this year or for the past 4. I came into this organization thinking about what it could add to my resume. And let me tell you, I would not be where I am without having had this on my resume. But I'm leaving it also with a few friends I won't give up for life, the skills to kill it when I graduate, and something to come back for. Everyone knows Parth and I were attached at the hip, and I've learned so much from him. But I have to give a shout out to Dan in my end of the year speech. You said it was a privilege to serve with your best friend, and I can't agree with that more. Whatever I accomplished this year was because I had you by my side. And luckily I have you for another 4 or 3. Luckily I have you for another 3 or 4, and that's my biggest blessing. Thank you so much to all, senators, committee members, exec, especially exec, John, Darren, and Nikki. Darren, I know they're not here, but they deserve to be mentioned. But thank you all for making my college experience as amazing as it was. I cannot be more proud, more grateful, or more humbled. Good luck.
Chief Tinkalo and Chief Electricon.
We have chiefs of staff.
Okay, Sydney doesn't want to say anything, but I think she deserves a ton of recognition. I've worked with this person since my first day on exec. So the first words I want to say is thank you, Sydney. Okay, so also I want to say thank you to Joy, who has diligently taken minutes. To edit the minutes for like 8 extra hours, so I'm sorry that we weren't paying you. I want to thank Amar. He has been here every single one of my first last sentence and has tried to get out of them, but somehow still ends up here. Freshman year, I started off in a different tier 3 called Subag. And we would sit in the office and talk about how crazy things over at USG are on the 2nd floor, and I would be like, why would anyone want to be a part of those people? And here I am, not in Subag anymore. But anyway, I came into USG wanting to, 1, see what it was all about, and 2, like, have a super awesome, great impact on the student body, and that's like what means the most to me. I love planning banquets with Irma and Sydney and Adam and all that, but I am really grateful for people like the chair people on exec because I was able to rejoin committees and reconnect with the reason why I joined USG in the first place, which is not for myself, but for people on campus who can't stand up for themselves, and for that I'm really grateful. This year was really great for me. I joined a bunch of Senate committees. We were able to get a bunch of fees reduced from student fee bills. Able to start tampon time with Eliza and Shabby. That is one of my proudest moments, even though none of the things have come in yet. And sheesh, I've done a lot. Yeah, I didn't write anything down. I didn't expect to say anything, but I want to thank you all for genuinely being my friend. I feel so incredibly connected to this body of people, not only in Senate, but new members, old members, committee members, people in different tier 3s. This experience is one of the most valuable experiences I've ever had. So, yeah, I don't know. Questions?
This is very bittersweet. I've spent 3 years now in this organization. Every single day I've gotten up and put forward at least what I thought was my best foot and tried to put everything I could into this organization and into serving the student body. Most of you will have received an email from me at this point, just talking about what I think, my reflections on the past year. If you haven't received that email, it's because I haven't finished yours yet, so if you went back one over there, so. But, you know, no matter what happens, it's not about any individual, it's not about me, it's about all of us. And I can't be any more thankful than to have been able to do this with all of you. It's been a truly amazing experience, and every single one of you have made that happen for me. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart. And even though I can't return next year as your speaker, can't get rid of me that easily. All of you now have my contact information. information, feel free to reach out to me whenever you want. Let's all be friends. I'll still be around next year. If anybody has any questions, feel free to let me know. I'll try and stop in as much as I can. And, you know, the work continues. Tomorrow, spring weekend begins. So, if you haven't seen my email, please volunteer. I'll be spending the next 3 days with exactly 0 hours of sleep. But guess what? Bob Saget sold out, so I'm happy. Also an additional, just I guess, actual report thing. Whoever the next speaker will be, I've arranged for a lot of things to happen to take over that position. So you'll be getting a lot of emails. And next week, I've arranged for the what usually happens during this meeting, the first class catering with the welcome to new senators. Here's the Robert's Rules Guide, whatever. Cut that out of this meeting to save time. So to the next speaker, you will have that option available to you. It's all been paid for. I guess if you want, you can cancel it. But please, if there's anything I can ever do for any of you, let me know. Please stay in touch if you're graduating, if you're not. I love all of you. And it's been a wild ride, and I really can't think of any other way I'd rather do it. So thank you all.
We love you.
I've been with you guys for the past 3 years, and so it's kind of weird seeing the faces leave the organization, but you guys definitely left a better place. So thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. It's really hard to believe this is my final report I'll ever be giving in front of the Senate. In my 2 years serving the student body as the Academic Affairs Chairman, I've seen the committee grow and expand and take on initiatives beyond anything we ever thought we could achieve. You know, I've seen genuine people come through the doors of the SOC conference room. They've contributed their thoughts and their insights for no motivation other than to help the student body. These are leaders who lead by example, not delegation. And I'm confident the committee will continue to foster true leaders under next year's chairperson-elect, and I have utmost faith in her genuineness and passion for student government. Bearing all this in mind, it really is a shame for me to hear from younger members within this organization that longer-standing members of USG have questioned the reputation and the achievement of the Academic Affairs Committee. Maybe this was due to a personal or a political dispute with me. If this was the case, I really hope in the future we as an org can all learn to separate our feelings about a chairperson from our feelings about the committee's larger role in helping the student body thrive. This year alone, AC Affairs has expanded the accessibility of faculty and staff advisors and their department by working closely with the Director of Advising. The new advising website, it's much clearer. It features modules and frequently asked questions sections, and it allows students to easily access the answers they seek. Our long-standing work with affordable textbooks has also continued, with the recent OER Appreciation Day panel being a success for both USG and PERG, a partnership which I hope will continue to thrive now that we've established it. Partnering up with the judiciary, we've funded panels on pertinent topics of academic discourse, such as environmental policy, happening this coming Monday, and Islamophobia, happened last Thursday. Further expanding the influence of USG on student life on campus. It's keeping all that good stuff in mind that I was disheartened, to say the least, that this idea was being floated around that AC Affairs was a do-nothing committee, or it failed in its goals for the year. To the members of my committee, who I see seated here right now, I really hope that doesn't stifle your spirit and your enthusiasm. I want you all to know your work is appreciated by the students who reap its benefits, whether they know it or not. Which brings me to my last point. When I was a freshman member of USG, I was lucky enough to have upperclassmen role models in the organization that demonstrated this passion to help others instead of simply helping themselves. I was guided by people who cared. I was guided by people who put their own personal interests aside and worked to make USG be the organization they saw it could potentially be. I was guided by people who took responsibility for their own shortcomings instead of pawning them off on others, and in the same vein, made sure that other members received credit for their accomplishments instead of claiming their spotlight. I would hope that all of the motivated newer members I see in this room today find a role model who can have that same effect on them. I wish you all the best of luck in that regard. I know I was truly blessed to have found mine. One thing I do know for a fact is that the chairperson-elect for Academic Affairs will make AC Affairs proud by upholding this exact standard next year. To my favorite committee members and my dearest friends, don't let anyone take your accomplishments away from you. You've done a lot this year, and you're some amazing people. Lots of love, guys.
Okay, so I originally had a whole report written about the different things External's done this year, but I don't feel like that is what I need to go through right now. Pending your approval, I'll hopefully be able to continue in my work last year, and most of you have been here hearing what we've been doing every day, and those who are new, I'd love to sit down with you, explain our initiatives, but today, first of all, it's huge for the seniors in the room, and it's an exciting day. So I don't want to spend time. I'm very, very proud of all the work we've done, the community service, the state work. Dan has mentioned some of it. But there's a lot of other things to discuss as well, and I don't want to spend everyone's time going through everything. So it's kind of been a running joke that at the beginning of this year, I didn't even know how to use the computers in the office, and I had to ask people. And it was kind of nerve-wracking to see new senators, even freshmen, come in very confident, and I was honestly very nervous in my position. And through the other exec members and even new members who had that confidence, I think I was able to grow a lot in this organization, and that means a lot to me. The other executive members, a lot of the seniors, I wouldn't have been able to be successful at all without them. Eliza, following the footsteps of Dan, my new friendship with Erica. There's just so many. New this year, we stemmed a friendship this year. This is it. I'm sorry. This is the last thing. But it just meant a lot to me, and that was what I got out of this, and that's what I want to use this for. I also, I wish Paul Da Silva was here as well, because he's a senior and he's leaving, and he was one of my vice chairs, and I truthfully couldn't have been as successful as I was in external without him this year, and Colin Mortimer as well, but thankfully we hope to keep him within this organization. And just a thank you to everyone. Thank you to the seniors, thank you to my committee this year, and everyone here making the work. I completely agree with Chief Justice Stern. I think we should make sure that we're here for the right reasons, and I think we are, and continuing that next year. I think that's really important. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Chairperson Hinton. Chairperson Johnson.
Hi everyone. I'm kind of with Haley. I thought we were supposed to submit a formal report, which I just messaged George, and I totally forgot to do because Don and Derek distracted me with the flooding emergency earlier today. So that's why it slipped my mind. I really don't know what to say. Thank you, I guess, for making me feel so welcome here. I will admit those first few questions at First Senate were like nerve-wracking, but USG has given me something that I can like pour my heart and soul into. And call me crazy, but I cried earlier today, and I'm probably gonna cry again because I'm going to miss my position and be able to work with students like that. But I'm so excited to step into my new position and work even harder, if that's possible. Thank you to my committee for dealing with my 10 p.m. emergency meetings and not knowing how to chair a committee and not even realizing what an agenda was until we needed one. And thank you to Don, Darian, Nikki, and Darren, even though they're not here. They're just amazing. And thank you to the executive committee for supporting me in this role. It's been a whirlwind, and I wouldn't trade it for anything. You all should be so proud of yourselves. Every single person here should be so proud of themselves. Because I've never seen a group of people accomplish more. And I'm so excited to watch everyone and see what they do next year, and to be able to assist everyone in what they're going to do next year, because this body can do great things. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Chairperson Johnson. Director Hanson.
Let's get everyone.
What's that?
Let's not. Does anyone have a password? This is weird. All right, so programs. First of all, shout out Rich. When I joined USG as a junior, I joined on the verge of almost failing out of school and being on probation with the university. I was looking to turn my life around, and I was like, join student government. And at orientation, Rich was the first person to kind of say, yo, let's get it. Not that's obviously how I talk, that's not true. Her taking me under her wing, showing me programs. Obviously, I know you guys are sick of talking about inventory system, no one wants to hear about that. But it's something that I took pride in, that Rich saw an issue with me, and then Dan and Irma giving me the validation that I was on the right track, turning my life around. And I was nervous coming in, committee member, never been a Senate, not a senator, and my committee just held me down all year. I was Malou, day one, was there, every meeting, almost every meeting, but was there, held me down. Anything I ever needed, she was there. And then it grew to have Marissa, Ben, Jacob, Lala, Lauren, Franklin, I can't forget Franklin. I'm definitely Ben, obviously. I said, all right, we're good. But coming to this semester, I wasn't the best. It was a rough semester for me, but I counted on my committee to hold me down. As funny as to say that I delegated, I 100% delegated everything that I ever did this semester. And they performed, everyone performed. So I can proudly say programs breeds excellence, because you'll see people getting nominated. Inventory system, we'll see that next year. Shout out to Malou. Stress event, Haley was there with Express, that was huge for us. I guess just leaving for the next body, just talk to each other, communication, collaboration, that's where real progress happens, the real work happens. The potential within the next body, there's so much. And I'm really excited to see where you guys go. So, thank you for having me.
Thank you, Director Mirza. Chairperson Chris.
Hi, so I'm going to try to keep this quick. So I just want to say thank you to all of you for listening to me every other week. Thanks to my committee who always has to wait for me to find an email that I need to be talking about. So student development work is really just starting tomorrow. So if you can, please volunteer for our events. We have Lumpy Cake on Friday and Founders Day on Sunday. So please come. I'd also like to say thank you to George because I wouldn't have made it through the year without him. He is Google in person form. So I could always ask him anything and he always knew the answer right away. So just thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson Chris.
You're shaking my mind.
Chairperson Conley.
Hi, friends. I just want to take a minute to express my appreciation. I'm reading off a little note I have here. To express my appreciation for my committee and how proud I am for our work, even though we didn't always receive a ton of support from certain members of the administration. 2 successful student appreciation days with combined over 3,000 students was an amazing accomplishment for us. We even put the number of gendered restrooms in engineering too, making it a more welcoming space for those who identify as women on our campus. We work with dining services at UITS, shout out to Franklin, for helping communicate student concerns and building better relationships. Thanks to Miles, our sustainability subcommittee passed many pieces of legislation and built better relationships with eCoalition in a semester and a half than I was able to do in 2 years. I commend you so much for that. We set the foundation for a free menstrual sanitary product program. We will be the 4th university in the United States to do that. You guys are amazing people, and I can't wait to see the work that continues on that next year. I'm so proud of everything that we've done this year, and you should all be proud. Because I couldn't do any of that alone, and I couldn't have asked for a better group of people to spend my year with. I also just want to take a second to reflect on my 4 years here. For the freshmen and sophomores in this room, this organization will teach you a lot and will help you grow as a person. If you told high school me that I'd stand up and confront Moon Choi about tuition increases and yell at him during a university senate meeting, I would have laughed at you and probably rolled. And now I can stand up here and laugh at myself for touching Erica's boot. I'm totally fine with it. This org has held a special place in my heart because I've made some lifelong friends and will take this experience with me for the rest of my life. I want to thank a few people, and you know who you are, for being there for me. We all know I still wouldn't be here giving my support as a member of this organization if you didn't encourage me to fight for myself. But in all honesty, for those of you returning, remember why you're here. There are people here just because they care about power, and that can jade those of you who are here for the right reasons. I hope you all have the same experience that I was fortunate enough to have my first 3 years here, and I hope you grow, learn, and are treated with respect that you deserve. You each have a voice that matters, and I want you to continue to stand up and fight for those who can't speak for themselves, which you've all done this year, and I'm so proud to be able to be part of this organization. So that's really it. Thank you so much. And I love you.
If there is no objection, I would like to suspend the rules and move into the oath of the swearing in of the justices. All right, it is so ordered. Will the justices please rise? Okay. So then, let the minutes reflect that 3 of the justices will now be sworn in and that the other 2 need to be sworn in later. Justices, if you will please raise your right hand. I state your name. Do solemnly promise to uphold the Constitution, bylaws, and rules of the undergraduate student government.
Solemnly promise to uphold the bylaws and the rules of the undergraduate student government.
Save the scholarship.
That's what you did.
As justice, I promise to execute all duties
I promise to execute all duties
and responsibilities vested in me,
and responsibilities vested in me,
and shall wisely
and
cautiously
adjudicate
any and all matters that challenge the ethical and lawful foundation on which our government is based. Congratulations. We'll reinstate the rules and move into discussion. Seeing none, we'll move into discussion. Is there any discussion? It looks like there's discussion from... Okay, seeing no discussion, we'll move into announcements. Thank you, Director Mirza. Senator Villar.
Hi everyone. So this is actually my last Senate too. So this is the last time you're gonna hear me talking about everything that is diversity. So the last thing I want to announce is that on Monday there is a speak out about deportation, hosted by Connecticut Students for a Dream. There's gonna be some great panelists, great speakers, great student representation, but also administration. So please come out. I'll share it on the Facebook group if that makes things easier, but it's Monday, April 24th, 5 to 6 in Laurel Hall, Laurel 305. So be there.
Thank you, Senator Villar. Is there anyone else who would like to be recognized for announcements? Senator Baruco and then Senator Representative Dodson.
Amazing year, amazing people. I can't wait to see the same energy next year and next semester. And I just want to say Cultural Center Open House is tomorrow. Student Development has worked hard on it. Together Project is going to be there. Tell your constituents to come out.
Thank you, Senator Baruco.
Hello, everyone. So I just wanted to update y'all on on Conperk's campaigns for next semester. Everything is the exact same except Ban the Bottle will be over because that contract comes up in June. So we'll see what happens with that. And we are replacing that campaign with a campaign to try to get Dunkin' Donuts to stop using styrofoam cups. Yeah, so if you're interested in that at all, please come talk to me afterwards, and hopefully we will see you at our kickoff, which is September 13th, and you should all come. And okay, and y'all should come. And thank you to George P. Wang. Great help to me.
Are there any further announcements? Seeing none. Oh, sorry, Rogalski.
Hello guys, I apologize. I think this is like the 3rd or 4th time I've done that this year. It's been the last announcement. But I just wanted to say on behalf of the freshmen who just joined this organization and really had not too much of a clue what we were doing at the start of this. Those seniors who we have just given the commendations to today deserved every bit of those. We've looked up to you, you've been friends, you've been mentors, and we could not have asked for more of a graduating class than you guys have given us. So thank you very much.
If there are no further announcements, if there's... Try me again. Then if there is no objection, I close the last meeting of the 2016-2017 Senate and dissolve this body and...
We need like 2-minute recess. We'll start the first Senate briefly. I will constitutionally run the Senate meeting until the President is sworn in, and then she will conduct the Speaker election, and then once the election, the Speaker concludes, then he will run the meeting as usual. So I'll give you guys about 2 or 3 minutes to go to the bathroom, do whatever you gotta do, and we'll re-adjourn at 10:30. Caruso. Town. How do you pronounce that? McEwen. Vora. Murray. Murray.
Here?
There you are. Burns. Kundu. Here. I'm gonna butcher this. Nawa Uchi. I'm sorry. That was Schroeder.
Oh, thank you.
Char.
Here.
Thea.
Yes.
Corolla. Corolla. Jane.
Here.
Lyson.
Here.
Manchester. McCarthy. McCarthy. McCarthy here. Von Olson. Walker. Walker. Alright, I'm going to make sure that we have quorums.
I'm here.
Do you even go here anymore?
Bonaventura.
Yeah.
Relly. Relly. Dennis. Dennis. Gatheroo. Gibbs.
Still here.
Goebel. Sick breath. Iker. Hoya. Javidi. Jevisetti. Carl. The boy. McMillan. Sorry, they're all like jumbled up. That's why I'm trying to like pick up the ones that I. Nazaro. Benedal. O'Connor. Perry. Rogowski. Is there anybody I did not call?
You called my name, but then you gave me an X.
I got you.
Okay.
Yeah, I got you too. It's all you're good. Anybody else? I'm sorry, there was 2 different lists, so I was trying to select them. Alejandro, you're good. Josh, you're good. Anybody else? Okay. Rugo, you're good. Sorry about that. I was dealing with 2 different lists. All right. We will now move in. Yes. Villanueva. Anybody else? Sick. Okay. All right. We will now move into public comment. Anybody would like to be recognized for public comment? Senator Gibbs. You have 5 minutes. Actually, no, you don't. You have a little time.
So, first of all, thank you all for an awesome year. Sadly, not sadly my first, but sadly my last. I've had an awesome time coming into this organization. My only regret is that I didn't join it sooner. And as a weird rookie / mentor person, I've made some really great relationships with some of the younger members of Senate, including Noah, O'Connor, Franklin, Dylan, Risha. There's just, Wawa, of course. I could go on and on. You guys are all great. And also with the older members of the organization, Dan, Rish, Irma.
The oldest member?
Sam was older than me, but then he left, so yeah. But I just wanted to get up here and say I have high hopes for the work that you guys will continue doing next year. And this is my last opportunity to speak, so of course I'm going to take it. You're going to make fun of me for not speaking. And also, I do want to kind of reiterate some of the endorsements that were given at the beginning. I do think that Dylan would serve the role of Speaker of the Senate very well. I think he's got the professionalism. I think he's super organized. I think he's got the confidence to tell you all to shut up when you need to, like people like me, like right now probably. But I think Dylan would do a great job. I know there are other also really fantastic people who are running, and I have high hopes for them in the future. The nice thing is there's a lot of young members in the Senate, so for those of you who are running for a certain seat tonight, if you don't get it, don't let that get you down. There are plenty of opportunities in the organization. Or you can be like me and make your own subcommittee. So I'd also like to endorse Risha. I think she'd be a great parliamentarian. She's been a great friend who I've really made in just like the last few weeks, but sitting in the office talking, I think she would do a great job as well. So good luck, guys. Carry on. Keep up the good work.
Thank you so much. In the interest of time, those who would like to be recognized for public comment, can we just cut it down a bit because we do only have the rules for 11:15.
so I guess this is technically my last act as president of the student body. And that would be to formally endorse Nandan Tumu for Speaker of the Senate. That's not, I have nothing against anybody else. You know I love you, Dylan, Crystal, you're awesome. But really, Dylan, Nandan, sorry, I was talking for Dylan. Nandan, I really got to know him in Kazga. When we invited him to participate in Kazga, I wasn't sure kind of how much, I don't really know him very well, but I can now call him a very good friend of mine. He's one of the funniest guys I know, on the low key though, like on the down low. Like you don't think he's funny, he's freaking funny. But also, he knows these rules already, forward and backwards. He's awesome. If you want a senator like a speaker like George Mike who knows the rules and will follow them, but also kind of will answer your questions in a respectful way, and you gotta elect Nandan the Speaker of the Senate. I know he's only a freshman, but seriously, he's gonna do a great job as Speaker if you elect him, and seriously, he will not let you down, so please vote for him. Thank you.
George has left some big, big shoes to fill, and I do think that Nandan will fill them very well. I had the pleasure of getting to know him at Kazga along with Dan, and we didn't really know what to expect with the group of people that we brought, and then we realized that Nandan is just a low-key savage. And he surprised us, and I know that he's going to make us proud, and I know he's going to make a great speaker, so you have my full support. And then also I wanted to endorse Richa. She's my LGL, she's my little, so I've gotten to know her. And I always think about the position, right, for both of them. I think about the position, not the people, and then I think about who can fill those positions the best. So Richa and Nandan, good luck to both of you. You have my full support.
Anybody else have any comment? Former Speaker Lane.
Hello, everybody. I'm back from the dead. I'm here, honestly, just to wish everybody very good luck for next year. I've gotten to meet a few members of the people for next year. I think you're going to do an amazing job. I know that President-elect Valverde is going to do an amazing job. I want to thank the members of the press who have been here all the time. I'm really sorry I don't know your name. Amal. I really apologize about that. But thank you to the members of the press who keep us in check. Yours is an essential job in the functioning of our organization. And we thank you for it. Good luck, everybody, for next year.
Very good. Former Chief of Staff of Education.
So good luck to everyone running tonight, but I also wanted to formally endorse my LPL, Priyanka Kakar. She has been talking about this position with me for literally the whole year. She's texted me every other day with ideas on how to make Senate more inclusive, how she wants to change things, shake things up. Not to say that Steph Vogel, you did a great job, but Priyanka, I think, is going to revolutionize things this year. So yeah, like Rich said, think about the person in the position, think about what kind of Senate that you would want to be in, and then think about what person would lead you to do. So yeah, thank you for listening to me again.
Thank you. Anybody else like to be recognized for public comment? Seeing none, we will move into the next order of business, which is inaugurations. President-elect Valverde.
Okay.
I, Irma Valverde,
I, Irma Valverde,
do solemnly promise
do solemnly promise
to uphold and defend the Constitution,
to uphold and
defend
defend the Constitution,
bylaws,
bylaws,
and rules of the undergraduate student government
and rules of the undergraduate student government
at the University of Connecticut in Stores.
at the University of Connecticut at Stores.
As president,
As president,
I promise
I promise
to execute all duties
to execute all duties
and responsibilities vested in me,
and responsibilities vested in me,
and shall faithfully champion
and shall faithfully champion
the general interests and concerns
the general interests and concerns
of the student body,
of the student body,
by whom I've been granted this authority.
by whom I've been granted this authority.
Congratulations. Suspend the rules so that the president can speak.
I'll make this really quick. I'm sorry.
See.
Okay, so sorry I'm like such a mess right now, but this has been like a long journey, and I just kind of want to talk a little bit about like how much this means to me, and how much I hope that I can inspire all of you and help students on this campus. Because when I wanted to join USG, my RA told me that it was a predominantly white organization, and I would never be able to grow in it because I was a Latina woman. And I almost transferred because I thought the one thing I wanted to do here, which was student government, was not a place for me. And I don't want to be a part of an organization that people thought of 3 years ago, where someone like a woman of color could not be in this position. And for the past 3 years, I have worked endlessly in every position that I've ever had, not just in USG, but on this campus, to make a difference to students. And I know that I'll be able to do that with all of your help next year. And as much as I know that a lot of the work that I'll be doing is external, the integral part of being so successful is working on the internal matters that we have in this organization. And next year, I hope that we will never face any issues, and I know it'll be hard, but I'll be there to support every single one of you. And I want to prove that if you do work hard for 3 years, that you do deserve this. And when you genuinely care about students, that you also deserve an opportunity like this. And that your race and your gender does not matter, and that you could do whatever you set your mind to. We have a lot of work to do, and it's not going to be easy, but I'm so excited to do it with all of you. And especially with the members that I have nominated for exec that will be presented in front of you shortly. But tonight's going to be great, and this year's going to be absolutely amazing, and I'm here for all of you whenever you need me. So, that's it. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you, President Valverde. We will now move into the inauguration of the Vice President-elect Johnson. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Lisette Johnson,
I, Lisette Johnson,
do solemnly promise
do solemnly promise
to uphold the Constitution,
to uphold the Constitution,
bylaws, and rules of the undergraduate student government
bylaws, and rules of the undergraduate student government
at the University of Connecticut in Stores.
at the University of Connecticut in Stores.
As Vice President,
As Vice President,
I promise to execute all duties and responsibilities
I promise to execute all duties and responsibilities
vested in me,
vested in me,
and shall work diligently
and shall work diligently
to ensure the successful and efficient operation
operation
of the administration to which I've been elected.
the administration to
which I've been elected.
Congratulations. We will now move into the inauguration of the Comptroller-elect. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Sia Sidani, do solemnly promise to uphold the Constitution, bylaws, and rules of the undergraduate student government at the University of Connecticut in Stores. As Comptroller, I promise to execute all duties and responsibilities vested in me, and shall work diligently to make ethically sound financial decisions to the very best of my abilities. Congratulations. Okay, so now President Valverde will take over the meeting. Just to let you know, it is 11 o'clock. We have this room until 11:15. We still have to go through an entire Senate election. So I would advise to keep your speeches short so that way we can expedite the process. But I mean, it's up to her now, so.
Take it easy, man.
Alright, so I would like to conduct a Senate election, and are there any motions? Is there a motion for nominations? Senator, this is for speaker, by the way.
We haven't been inaugurated.
So, oh yeah.
Chairs?
No, the Senator.
Right.
Yeah, nice.
My bad.
Come on.
It was going so smoothly.
All right, so I still have the mic. So would all the senators please rise? New senators. It's a bit of a long one, so bear with me. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. Do solemnly promise to uphold the Constitution, bylaws and rules of the undergraduate student government at the University of Connecticut in Stores. I promise that I shall consistently and faithfully earn the vote of the constituents whom I have been elected to serve and represent. Finally, I shall maintain a vigilant eye on the welfare of the entire student government. That we may all diligently work together to successfully advocate for, represent, and and serve the entire student body. Congratulations to you all.
So is there a motion for nominations for speaker? O'Connor, Senator O'Connor, and a second to Senator Pia? Okay, okay, cool. Alright, so can we just open the floor for nominations right now? Yeah, great. So we will open the floor now to nominations. Who would like to begin? Senator O'Connor?
I'd like to nominate Dylan Netadol for Speaker of the Senate.
Is there a second? Do you have to just... No? Okay, so just come up and talk a little bit? Yeah? Does he just come up and...
I'm going to go ahead and just
Okay. 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 George. So, is there another nomination? Senator Von Olson?
I nominate Nandin Tumu.
Sorry, is there another nomination? Senator Picard?
I nominate Krista Tyson for Speaker of the Senate.
Thank you. Is there another nomination? Okay, great. So we will move into discussion. Does everyone have any? Yes. Okay. Yeah. Chairperson Hinton. And you can put your hand up so I can start making the speakers list, so just to kind of make this go faster. Okay.
Okay, we're gonna go as fast as possible, but I endorse Senator Tumu. I had spoken to him a few weeks ago, and honestly, I was not super close with him before. But as I said earlier, I came in very nervous this year, and he was one of the people who inspired me. And he was here way after I was. I had been here a whole year before him, and he gave me the confidence to speak up in the Senate. And what he's done this year is incredible. He was an active member. As a new member, what he brought here was amazing, and we need another role model like George was, and to me, he was my role model, so I would love to see that continued. Thank you.
Next on the speakers list is Senator Sorry.
I'll try and keep this short. I'd also like to express my support for Senator Tumu. A lot has already been said about his accomplishments. He's done a lot this year. He's passed legislation. He's gone to Costco. He's shown himself to be a true leader. But I'd just like to say I have the pleasure of being friends with Senator Tumu, and he's a really good guy, really honest, always has his door open if I ever want to talk about anything. And I think he has all the characteristics to be a good speaker because he's very open to listening to different people's opinions, and even if he doesn't agree with them, he'll encourage you and he'll really motivate you to be successful in this organization. Thank you.
Next on the speaker list is Senator Pia.
I didn't even know it. I was so inspired by him. And when I found out he was a freshman, I was like, oh my goodness, it has such an impact on me. So again, I encourage you guys to go for Mandan. You wouldn't regret it. He's a very good guy, as everyone has said before. He's very honest. He knows the rules in and out. And he, like I said, he's very eloquent, very knowledgeable. So, yeah.
Next is Senator Calvary.
Hey guys, I'm going to try to make this as quick as possible. I'm also endorsing Senator Mandon Tumu. He was one of the first people I met at USG. A very, very good friend of mine. I looked to him for advice within and outside of USG. If you're looking for someone who's capable at every capacity, he is the person to look to. He knows what he's talking about. He takes in what other people say, and he's just incredibly insightful, incredibly eloquent, incredibly intelligent. One of the most intelligent people I have ever met. I am constantly in awe of his character, his personality, our friendship. Amazing person. So I really, really suggest that you guys take that into account and see him as our new speaker.
Comptroller Sadani.
Hi everyone, so I just want to make this really quick. So I just want to talk about two people here. The first one is Crystal. I've had the opportunity to get to know her this year, and I've seen her grow immensely within this organization, especially taking a huge leadership role, and I really, really hope you guys consider it too. And the other person I'd like to talk about is Mandon Tumu. And I've had the honor to know him since high school. I've worked with him on our high school robotics team. He's taken a huge leadership role as our captain of over 80 people, and I've seen him grow not just in high school, but within college. Like, he's been one of the people who has continuously inspired me, who has always spoken up, said the first person to write, first freshman senator I guess to write, or he wrote legislation, and I'm like really, really proud of him, and I think they do an excellent job. I think both candidates do a really excellent job. Thank you.
Next on the speakers list is Senator Tumu. Senator O'Connor, I have you. You're just two people there.
Seeing as we only have roughly 6 more minutes, I'm going to gloss over a few things and sort of summarize my speech. I think that I'm the optimal candidate for speaker because of my familiarity with Robert's rules, my familiarity with our governing documents, my ability to remain impartial, my dedication to USG, and my ability to mediate conflict. I think that one of the unspoken roles of the speaker is to be able to bring members of this body together so that we can produce the maximum good for the student body. And to that end, I think that I am uniquely capable of mediating conflict, bringing people together to work on legislation. As speaker, I plan to take on 2 initiatives. One to improve transparency, and the second one to improve accessibility. Towards transparency, I'd like to start publishing legislation online in a manner that's much more accessible than it is right now, so the people know exactly what's going to be voted on the next Wednesday. I plan to send our legislation to media outlets, to hold town halls for important legislation like we did with the funding documents. I think that was a remarkable success and something we should strive to continue in the future. And refresh our website, as that's one of the primary ways that people get in touch with USG. I'd like to improve accessibility. I want to make it easier for constituents to get in touch with their residential senators or their college senators. I want to make it easier for them to create legislation, not only constituents, but senators as well. I want to continue the legislative coordinator position that this year's Senate administration has created. I'd like to send more bills to committee review so that when bills get to Senate, they're polished. They've been considered by multiple eyes, and they truly represent the best of what our senators and our committee members can produce. And above all, I want to provide a forum for communication between senators and committee members so that we can discuss upcoming initiatives, upcoming legislation, and try to unify our efforts as opposed to having competing pieces of legislation. I also want to hold open office hours so that not only USG members, but the public can come talk to members of exec, me, members of Senate leadership, and members of the Senate, so that they can share their ideas with us. Because one thing that I've learned over the course of the past few weeks is that the student body has incredible ideas, and all we need to do is provide a forum for them to be able to express those ideas for us. Now, those are the reasons why I want to be your next speaker. Thank you.
Okay, so this isn't working. Okay, so we are about to lose the room in 3 minutes, so I'm going to motion to adjourn to start the meeting at 11:20 in the SOC. Okay, Senator Jane and Senator Mazzaro. Okay, so right. Yeah. Okay. By unanimous consent, can we adjourn to 11:20? Go to the SOC. Let's go straight to the SOC, everybody. Let's try to get this done. It feels so bad. It's really late. Let's see what we can do. Stand right there so everybody can see you if you have anything you want to say. So we're going to continue. So the next person on the speakers list is Senator Great.
Okay, I know everyone doesn't want to be here, so I'm going to be really quick. And I just want to say, literally, anyone who has been nominated for speaker would be an amazing speaker. I know Crystal personally. We live on the same floor. She's an amazing person. I feel she would do amazing. Nandan, I know, like, I've only met you a couple times and talked to you a couple times, but from what I know about you, you're an amazing speaker. You know the room amazingly well, and like just how you want to proceed would be awesome. Where is our? There. Dylan, I want to endorse you as the speaker because I feel you have some of the best qualifications of anyone, even though any other role is more than adequate to be a speaker. I feel that your role at Avery Point and everything that you've done for the UConn community as more than just for the student historians, I think that you are more than capable of doing this. Thank you.
All right, next on the speakers list is Senator O'Connor.
Yeah, I'll make this brief, but the main point I want to bring out is that I've known Dylan ever since the 5th grade, and I'll tell you one thing, ever since that moment up to now, he's been the most professional person I've ever known in my life. Every other candidate, Tumu, I know is a smart and intelligent man, he'll be great in this organization one day, same to Crystal. But if there's one person who had more legislative experience throughout his career in college, it would definitely be Senator Mandeville. Not only that, but he wrote an entire constitution similar to that of our own George P. Wayne in Avery Point. So I would very highly give my own recommendation and accommodation to one of my dearest friends. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator O'Connor. Senator Tyson.
Okay, before I talk about myself, I also want to endorse Senator Tumu. He's great, probably, honestly one of the best people in this organization, besides Point. A few things that I'd like to go over that I want to talk about is inclusion and definitely educating the new senators more about how to write legislation. I think that we spend too much time going through things saying like, this is not right, like we should fix this, and it should be polished before we get there, like Tuna said. What else? So one thing that I really want to make is a mentoring program, and I love LGL and I think it's great, but what I want to do is make one specific to just Senate and just for the senators. So it'd be like new senators and old senators would be paired together. That way we can get like a direct resource of how to write legislation, and also like that's when like the inclusion comes in. I feel like correct me if I'm wrong, but like I feel like sometimes the ex officios may not like be brought in as much, or say like maybe people who are timid. Like we need to bring those people in. They have great ideas, and we're letting these types of like let them be timid. Like we're allowing their great ideas to go by, and we don't know anything about them because they're afraid to come up in front of all of us and speak. And I mean, also I'd like to have a meeting separate after orientation. I feel like orientation is for all committee members, all exec members, and new and old senators. But again, to like reinforce the education based off of the to reinforce education for the new legislation, for the new senators. I just want them to come in to Senate knowing everything like the back of their hand. That's really what I think is important.
Yes, Senator Clark. Sorry, really quickly. If you guys pick two people or have two people in your mind, I would definitely go for Nandan and Crystal. They put 110% in whatever they do, and you will not be disappointed with either choices. So please choose wisely.
Is there anyone else that would like to be recognized for discussion? Okay, great. So I guess now I'm going to appoint 3 tellers who are going to be, we're doing this a little bit differently. So we're going to have 3 tellers that are going to be counting the ballots. So they're about to get the ballots. Are they still?
Everyone should have ballots.
Okay, great. Everyone should have ballots. So you will be able to put your vote on that ballot, and then you can give it to one of the 3 tellers that I'm appointing, which is George Wang, Stephanie Goebel, and Andrew Stern. So they will be collecting your ballots, and then we'll find out who our next speaker is shortly.
The ballots are secret until
Yeah.
it's motioned otherwise, so don't write your name on them. If you did, just cross it out. I don't look at comments.
How do you spell names?
Point information. How do you fill it out?
Fill out basically the bottom of the ballot that says other. So there's an I.
Put it in the other
How do
you spell names? Don't put your own names. Dylan Nenadal is D-Y-L-A-N. Nenadal is N-E-N-A-D-A-L, correct? Nandan Tumu is N-A-N-D-A-N-T-U-M-U. And Crystal Question is C-R-Y-S-T-A-L-K-L-I-C-I-N.
I can decipher them. You spell like Tumu or Crystal or Dylan. Or
Yeah, we know.
Or their initials, numbers.
I honestly don't
Yeah.
care. All right, pass up to this table.
Remember, only if you are a senator, so do not vote if you are a president or on an executive.
I don't know. I tried it.
You know what it's called.
Oh, wait. We didn't write our names down.
You didn't. You're not a Alright, so for clarification, everybody, you're not a senator. I have got to go. I've had some non-senators vote.
Stern. Stern.
All right, so they are going to count. So they're going. All right, everyone, let's come back together. We want to get out of here soon. It's already 11:25. Okay, so just because of the interest in time, we're going to go into discussion of the budget. So Comptroller Sidani.
Yeah. Great. Okay. So, quick thing about the budget. We have to pass the budget for summer recess committee. I allocated essentially what the line items were. Do you have the budget? Up like a I'll like quickly go through it. So essentially, we're Irma's going to end up nominating, I think, like 5 members for the committee. We meet over the summer. They go over it. 4 members. So I allocated $300,000 for funding board because I looked back at last year's minutes and we ended up approving like $250,000 for funding expenses. So I just created a little buffer for that. Also, there's $3,000 for orientation, use numbers from last year, $500 for business cards, $1,000 for executive committee training, and then $50,000 for ice cream social. Irma and I were talking about it. We're going to end up probably cutting that number by quite a bit, but I used numbers from last year, and that's the number that we have. So, yes, that was it.
I'm going to say something going off of that. So I know we don't have like somewhere that we could put it up, so I apologize for that greatly. But just to reiterate, so right now the budget for the summer recess committee is $300,000 for funding board, $3,000 for orientation, $500 for business cards, $1,000 for executive committee training, $15,000 for ice cream social, and then $5,000 for miscellaneous.
Like we said, moving forward, we're going to be very cautious about how much we're spending, so please do not worry about us spending every single dime. I cut like half of the prices from last year for everything that I did, so that's what we're going to be doing over the summer too. And then just so you all know for later, because we're not doing that right now, we're just doing discussion, George Wang is someone I'll be nominating to be on the Summer Recess Committee. He was on it last year. And then Dustin Lavoie, who is going to be the VP Chief of Staff, and then Gabby Fazina, who is going to be the next Student Development Chair. It's only 4 people. The committee only meets once a month. It shouldn't be anything too crazy, and since George is going to be on campus every now and then, he's going to be hosting the meetings here, and then we'll be doing a conference call, because we don't want to drive out to reimburse for gas is a lot. I got like reimbursements for gas is way too much money. I'd rather just do a conference call to save money. Does anyone have any questions about that until we find out who our next speaker is? And then you can have a good speaker, not me, because I have no idea what the hell I'm doing. So, anyone have any questions right now? Cool. Okay, great. Okay, cool. Thank you. So Andrew's passing around Chief Justice Stern. Just passing that out right now. Thank you for your patience. I'm so sorry. I had the paper due at 9. I know the struggle is real. Don't cry. It's eyeliner.
That's fun.
What happened? So is there really no like questions or concerns about the budget, just so then that way after when we go into the vote we're not like fighting or anything like that? Lit. Alright, love it. We have the results?
Yes.
Great. Let's get me out of here. Okay, well not yet.
Madam Chair, I'd like to announce the result of the vote.
Okay. Can we do it all at once?
With 1 abstention, candidate Kleisen receiving 2, candidate Menadol receiving 7, and candidate Tumu receiving 17. The next speaker of the Senate.
Why can't you vote?
I think I'm good.
You're a senator.
Yeah.
Anybody else not getting bound for parliamentarian? Here.
Your vote.
Your vote matters. All right. So I believe at the time I took the chair, we were in a inside discussion regarding a bill concerning the fall 2017 budget. Is there any discussion on this item? Any questions for Comptroller Sidani first? Seeing none, we will move into discussion. Is there any discussion on the item? Seeing none, we will move into a vote on the bill concerning the fall 2017 budget. I think we're voting by paper.
No, that's just for parliamentarian.
Okay. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, nay. Abstentions? One from the chair. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Any division of vision, it is so ruled. Do we want to move into nominations first, or do we want to go to the next order of business is a bill concerning the approval of the minutes of the 2017-2018. Wait a minute. Oh, don't go up.
Yeah.
Yes. We are now going to begin the nomination process for parliamentarian of the Senate. Are there any nominations for parliamentarian?
I'd like to nominate Rita Jane for parliamentarian.
I'd like to nominate Priyanka Picard for parliamentarian.
I'd like to nominate Franklin Barreto.
Seeing no other nominations, we will move into discussion. Is there any discussion on? Oh, yes.
Hello everyone, my name is Francesca. I've been part of USG the past few years. I haven't been here this semester, so I apologize if I haven't really talked with most of you / haven't seen most of you. But I'd like to nominate Richa Jane as parliamentarian. As I've stated, I've known Richa for a few years now, not only as a friend, but as a leader who I think would be an excellent choice to be one of our leaders of Senate. She's been a great friend to me, as well as she has lots of leadership experience, being a huge part of Model UN, as well as being part of the Learning Community Executive Council, and I think her outgoing and bubbly nature, as well as her tendency to make people smile, is just what we need for parliamentarian next year. So, thank you. I'd like you to consider her.
Anyone else? Oh, Senator.
So a few words about Priyanka. Besides being one of my best friends, I think that she puts 110% into everything that she does. I've seen her work. I've seen her, blood, sweat, tears comes out of everything that she does, and I couldn't think of a better person to elect as parliamentarian of the Senate. So just consider her. She's the best.
Chair will now
I'd just like to speak about Franklin because I think he's often overlooked, even though he has quite the voice in our body. He's overlooked, and I think he's underrated because even though Richa and Priyanka are both awesome candidates, I think Franklin has a level of enthusiasm higher than anyone I know. And I know that he has wanted this for a while and is super passionate about it and has gone through the Constitution and knows all the rules. And I just think we should take into account how excited he is about student government when making the decision.
Is there any other discussion?
I never know what that plaque.
Yes, Senator.
I don't know why I still have my plaque. I'm going to throw my endorsement to Richa Jane for parliamentarian. So coming into this week, I was really unsure about who I would vote for any of these positions, and that's why I didn't endorse any of the speaker candidates, because I'm sure any of them would do a great job. But I just want to say that I've been convinced in the past week by Richa that she would be the best candidate for parliamentarian. And the time that this happened was at the town hall that we held. After I spoke to her after the funding town hall, and I was just really impressed with the passion that she showed for being able to make any improvement to the students. She talked to me after, and she was so excited about talking about things that we could do to improve it, things we could do to make funding easier for the students, and just really improve quality of life for all the students on this campus. And I was really impressed with that, especially since I didn't know her too well before that. And so I think that among other qualities, that's just one of the best things that she could bring to this role. I think she'd be great for it, and I hope you consider that.
I'd just like to speak quickly about, I think all three candidates are very qualified. But I'd like to talk about Richa and Priyanka. Briefly on Priyanka, I met her this year. I've not only known her through USG, but as a friend, she's grown a lot with this organization, taking up leadership roles. Just very enthusiastic and someone that can see work well internally. She's a Richa, I've worked with her on funding board. Funding board. She's always had great ideas about funding policies, but in terms of internally, always being there for other senators. I always see her in the USG office every single day. So I think both would be really good candidates.
Is there any further discussion? Oh, Senator.
It really saddens me that I haven't been able to talk to each and every one of you senators and everybody in the USG. And I'm coming to you, some of you don't know my name, but the dedication and passion I have for USG, I believe, is unmatched. If you want somebody that knows Robert Bork's Rules of Order, that's read the Constitution, every word, that's read every word of the bylaws and gone through the entire funding policies, someone that will bring timeliness to our meetings in Senate, someone that will keep order, and someone ultimately that will just keep it fun and engaging. So every person has a voice, everyone that raises their placard is recognized, and every senator that comes in leaving, that they accomplish something every Senate meeting. We have amazing candidates here today, but the passion and motivation, the love I have is not for the parliamentary position, it's for the student body. And I aim to bring that passion, that love for the student body to Senate every single meeting. And at the end of the day, I am not here for myself. This is not for myself. This is not for us. We are here for the student body, and my heart, every single thing I will do as parliamentarian will be for the student body, by the student body.
Hello everybody, my name is Britta. I know that it's very late and I'm really sorry. I have a lot of pages written out. I will not be reading all of them. But basically, I just wanted to say, first congrats to all the new senators and returning. You've taken a very large step forward in being a part of a lasting collegiate change. So congrats to everybody. And also thank you to the previous speaker and parliamentarian, George and Steph. You guys are my inspiration and I love you. As I've said before, my name is Richa and I've been a Celia Senator this past year as well as this upcoming year, and I am running for parliamentarian. I love this body and I love this organization, and especially the people who make up this wonderful organization, because people, a very good friend of mine told me earlier this evening that people join organizations not only for the organization, but for the people themselves. When an organization is made of beautiful, hardworking, amazing people, that's what motivates you to do even better. That's what makes you want to be the best version of yourself. And it is for these people that my passion and my love for this organization has, I guess, bloomed, so to speak. I've been a witness to many talents this past Senate has possessed. And the tenacity of each and every senator is what inspired me to run, because it is that same tenacity that I would like to inspire in our new and old members. The position of parliamentarian requires a positive attitude, efficiency, attention to detail, exceptional organizational skills, and a whole lot of love. My time as the president of LCEC and CFO of Mali UN, and also a member of the funding board committee, have equipped me with these skills, which are pertinent to the role of parliamentarian, as it relates to sending, those beautiful messages that Steph Goebel and George P. Wang sent, that I'm sure everybody remembers, or uploading legislation on the website, or even working quickly to get President-elect Valverde's signature to put work the legislation as soon as possible. Most importantly, if there's any point that you take away from this speech, I've learned the value of teamwork and how to be a team player, which is the most paramount part of a parliamentarian speaker relationship. Remember, teamwork makes the dream work. And anyone who knows me knows of my easygoing and approachable nature, allowing me to connect with the next speaker and hopefully the new senators. Too many times I've seen in this past Senate that new senators feel out of place or uncomfortable or not entirely welcome to the new body, and this absolutely needs to be amended. I know I felt the same when I came, and this is my first year, and so as my time as parliamentarian, I would be focused not only on supporting the speaker, administrative work, but also on creating a cohesive, I will give nothing less than my absolute best in all of this organization. UConn, people of USG, thank you so much for your time.
Is there any further discussion?
Hi everyone, thank you guys for bearing this long. The time is almost 12 o'clock, so awesome. I just want to welcome all the new senators. I'm so happy to have you. So I'm a freshman, my name is Priyanka, and throughout the course of the last couple of years, I learned early on that you can't just watch change happen, you have to make it happen. So this mentality is how I became involved in many activities through high school and now through college, where my primary goal was just to serve the people and create the change that was needed. So as senator this past year, I have learned more than I can imagine about this campus. On the surface, we see UConn as one community, but I've learned that there's a lot more action that needs to be taken to bring us more together. And now I would like to do this as parliamentarian, and that's why I'm running, so I can fix internal issues and help that on the outside as well. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Senator.
Hey guys, I'm sorry again. I know we don't want to get out of here, but I have to make a point. I think all the candidates today for parliamentarian are really, really awesome and obviously dedicated. But I have to say something for Senator Franklin Bruco. I've seen how he is in programs and student services. I haven't seen anyone be so close
to detail. He writes everything down. And when I mean everything, everything. Anyone else in those committees, you know what I'm talking about. He remembers everything. He keeps everything. I'm sure if you asked him from a committee meeting, the first committee meeting, he has that same folder that he brings around everywhere. He knows things that he probably shouldn't know. He spent, I'm serious. You know so much. You really do live and breathe this organization to the point where I can't even figure out what your motives are. Like, you are so dedicated. No, I'm serious. And like in the most like positive way. Like, I really, really look up to you, and I think that he'd be a really, really great candidate. The other candidates are all obviously awesome, great people, very motivated. But I have to say, for what I've seen from you, and that's all I wanted to say. So.
Nobody cares about the rules or cares about this body more than that man right there. Period.
So just to keep it nice and short, so I'm not going to endorse anybody just because I don't think that's fair in the position that I'm at right now, but I will say just to keep in mind what the parliamentarian role is. So that's being the support and working with the speaker to actually implement the things that the speaker wants to do. For me, what Steph Goebel did this year was really provide that support for members internally. She was someone that everybody could go to. She brightened everybody's day. Whenever she would send out an email, she was always in the office. So think about the characteristics that a parliamentarian needs in order to move forward to have a very inclusive environment. That's kind of what the parliamentarian role has been in the past few years. It obviously could change, but I think you have to think about someone that's going to work well with Speaker Tumu, and then as well as someone who's going to be able to provide that environment for future members as well as the current senators right now. So think about that when you're voting.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, was there someone? Did I miss him?
No.
Seeing none, we will move to a vote. I think we will be voting in the same manner. Just write the name in the other box.
So for information, we have to be out of the union by 12 o'clock. So we actually have a few more things to do. So. Congrats on your. Any other ballots?
Guys, we still have more items of business.
Guys, let's go. Come on. We need to get out of here.
We're going to try and do this quickly. Okay, so we are going to move into confirmation hearings for the presidential nominees. We have a motion to do so. Motion to Jane, second to Bonaventura. We're going to move into the confirmation hearing for the chair of the Academic Affairs Committee. That is. Okay, so we can do all of the chairs. The chair of the External Affairs Committee, the chair of the Funding Board, the chair of the Programs Oversight Committee, the chair of the Student Development Committee, and the chair of the Student Services Committee. All right. Do we have any questions for these presidential nominees?
Take a picture?
I'm taking a picture. All right, cool.
So you're not sure, you're not.
Okay.
Let's do a picture.
Okay. Are there any questions for the nominees?
We have a question for you.
So what is one thing you hope to bring to your committee in the next year to really keep it on the up and up?
One thing, nice and fast. Let's go.
More advisor and alumni connections.
Awesome.
Continuing environmental initiatives.
External office hours.
Go.
Passion. Yes.
Yeah.
More student initiatives.
All right.
Inclusion and openness to funding policies.
All right. Awesome.
Are there any further questions? Is there any discussion on the nominations? Seeing none, we will move into a vote. All in favor of the following nominees, please signify by saying,
Sorry, I
please
meant
signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Hi.
All those opposed, say nay.
I'm kidding.
One abstention from, are there any abstentions? One abstention from the chair. The following nominees are confirmed.
Sorry, man.
Oh, yes.
Please raise your right hands. And repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Malu Foley,
Do solemnly promise
do solemnly promise
to uphold and defend
to uphold and defend
the Constitution,
the Constitution,
bylaws, and rules
bylaws, and rules
of the undergraduate student government
of the undergraduate student government
at the University of Connecticut
at the University of Connecticut
in Stores.
in Stores.
As an executive member,
As an executive member,
I promise to
I promise to
execute all duties
execute all duties
and responsibilities vested in me,
and responsibilities vested in me,
and shall faithfully
and shall faithfully
champion the general interests
champion the general interests
and concerns of the student body.
and concerns of the student body.
Congratulations.